of today's date to order. Councillors, we open with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. National Anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Attendance, item 1, attendance and apologies, nil. Leave of absence, item 2 is nil. Item 3, condolences. I go to Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I rise to move a motion that condolences be presented to the family of Mr Warren David Thompson. I knew Mr Warren Thompson in a professional capacity, given his advocacy work on matters that were important to him where he could use his academic background, advocating for small business in particular and for environment.
Okay, let's second it, please.
My apologies.
Councillor Wilkinson, please continue.
Mr Mayor, as is often the case, you get a small look at a person through your dealings with them in a professional capacity. I was always very impressed by Warren, his capability and his enthusiasm. However, attending his memorial service last week, I got to see the other side of this man. To be known as by your grandchildren as an incredibly loving person in your life, the way these young children spoke about him, it moved me, and it made me remember and recognise that who we are for those most closest in our lives, that's the real importance of who we are. I pay testament to Mr Thompson for what he did in his public capacity, but certainly in his private as well. I wish all the best for his children and for his beloved grandchildren.
Okay. Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to be added to the condolence.
Okay, and Councillor Wilkinson as well. Councillors, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. We'll move on to item 4, Mayoral minutes, nil. Item 5, confirmation of minutes. What we got there, 5.1. Is there any Councillor Gates?
I have a correction when we receive the minutes, Mr Mayor.
Move to receive. Seconder, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Corrections, anyone? Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's just on page 40 and 41 of the minutes. There are 2 items that have the wrong information attached to them. So at the bottom of 6.5, there's information regarding a declaration I made. That needs to be moved to 6.6 because it needs to go to the bottom of 6.6. And the same on page 41, at the bottom of 6.6, the information about my declarable interest needs to be underneath 6.7. So they're just in the wrong place, and I'll give this copy to the minute
Please.
secretary so that they can be moved to the right order.
Thank you. Good. All right, Councillor, any other corrections? Move for adoption. Councillor Gates. Seconder, Councillor Patterson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Special council meeting. Councillor Gates, you want to move that because you chaired it? Move for acceptance. Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any corrections, anyone? Councillor Lacastra.
Mr. Mayor, it's not exactly a correction, so I'm probably going to have to ask you as the chair to just please indulge me for a second. I wouldn't usually do this, but even though there's not a correction, it shows my apology in there, and I was an apology. I just wanted to clarify for councillors who weren't at the ETEC meeting that that the discussion through the meeting was that well, maybe I was going to come, maybe I wasn't, and then Councillor Tozer moved an apology late in the meeting. I did actually send 4 apologies. I actually sent one to your office on the Friday the 15th, well, saying I'm probably going to be an apology if it starts before this time. And I also sent 2 to Councillor Gates, which she never got, and I sent 1 to Chamber Support. So I actually sent 4 apologies prior to the meeting. I just wanted to clarify it, that I didn't just not turn up.
Yeah,
But even though it just had me as an apology, I just wanted to clarify it. So, thank you.
Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify, it did go to 4 people, but because my home email address was listed for disaster management purposes, Councillor Lacastra's staff sent it to the home email address, which I hadn't checked. It didn't come to my council email address. And I think because I was listed, nobody else in my office or your office thought it was necessary to tell me because they thought I'd already received the apology. But we did offer the apology for Councillor Lacastra, and I acknowledge he tried very hard to make it known.
Okay. Move for adoption.
Yes.
Councillor Gates, second Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Move to item 6. Councillors, Mayor's report. AFC Women's Asian Cup in Australia, and the Gold Coast was one of the host city for that tournament. And this event builds a legacy for the FIFA Women's World Cup in 2023. So further promoting women's sport and inspiring our city future talents. The Cup is predicted to attract 55,000 visitors from interstate and overseas. Next one is the Miami creative industry. Myself and Councillor Marshall I made the announcement there at the Miami Creative Industry Precinct, which include the Baz Luhrmann's production company from Basmark. The precinct planned for the City Miami Depot site will support creative industry like tech, visual effects, gaming, and screen production, along with innovative retail and residential uses. Next one, key to the city presentation, and I think Councillor Gates, LaCastro, Tozer, and Councillor Marshall and myself are in attendance. Is anyone else there? Yeah, that's right, Councillor O'Neill. Anyone else? All good? I present the city highest honour to Miss Regina King at the Hodder Gallery, and Regina is a true Gold Coast legend, and some of the story was retold of the days. She photographed some of the events, and of course she was fully supported by Peter, and celebrating her contribution over the years. And what a gem of a lady. And so Regina joins Harry Trickerboff as our newest recipients of Council's keys to the city. Then the Mayoral mission to Singapore. It's quite a bit there, councillors, but I'll do my best to be succinct. We caught up with Acting High Commissioner, Miss Emily Follen, and her support staff, Australian Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner, Kristen Thompson, and to gain further insight into Singapore's market trends. And we learned that Singapore's creative industry, events, sports, and community hubs offering ideas to potential opportunities for the Gold Coast. And it was a very, very good first stop to get a quick snapshot of the landscape of Singapore economically. Then we met up with Keppel Infrastructure. Keppel is a global asset manager with expertise in infrastructure, real estate, and connectivity. We discussed the city's ARC project, our commitment to retail majority ownership, and the plan to deliver residual waste to energy facility. They're the sort of private enterprise that could look to do a PPP. So that's just one just to stir about. Sim Leisure Group. Sim Group design, develop and operate theme parks, and we explore opportunities in nature-based tourism, theme park expansion and virtual reality experiences. And we discussed future opportunity for delivering partnership within existing Gold Coast theme parks and large format shopping centres. And tourism roundtable. So I addressed major outbound travel agencies and aviation partnership at the Tourism Australian office. And we showcased Gold Coast's thriving $45 billion economy, and discussed focus on expanding tourism into new markets like ecotourism, luxury and sports tourism. I think the key bit there was that it's not about just driving the numbers of tourism, it's making them stay that little bit longer. That's where events tourism comes in, and spend more money. NCS is a special. Next to the meeting is a specialist in AI and digital resilience. We explore delivery partnership with the Gold Coast business, particularly in healthcare, industrial and commercial sectors. Opportunity includes expanding our health tech sector, enhancing the city high fibre optics, and leveraging Telstra 5G Innovation Centre. So this meeting shows strong potential of partnership to drive innovation on the Gold Coast. Next meeting is the Cambridge RE Partnership Manager at Social Infrastructure Fund, focusing on education real estate. They have assets in Australia, including university student accommodation. We discuss investment opportunity in affordable housing, purpose-built student accommodation, and build-to-rent developments. Next, I addressed the Australian Chamber of Commerce, AusCham, and I provide an update, of course, of our Gold Coast economy growth, industry diversification, and opportunity to trade and invest. And so I was able to, at the one lunchtime, able to talk to their business leaders, and the idea is to get them to look towards the Gold Coast to invest. Capital L and Group. Capital Land is one of Asia's largest diversified real estate groups, discussing focus on capital lands, sustainability and innovation property initiative, including build to rent, purpose-built student accommodation and logistics. We also explore how we can align these projects with the Gold Coast infrastructure and investment strategy. So that's another group who's willing to invest into infrastructure. Singapore Sports Hub is huge. 35 hectare of sports hub. It's one of the world's largest. We inspect their 2 stadiums, an aquatic centre, sports arena, and they're very generous with their time, showing us that's the latest 55,000 seat national stadium. The roof does close, and when it closes with the new technology, that whole part of the roof becomes it just digitised. You can see advertising and everything right through the whole sky, basically. And then they took us into their indoor stadium, capacity 12,000, and it was built. That's probably the first building they built in the late 80s, and the key learning there was that they're saying the sweet spot for them is around 18,000 seat capacity. So I said, well, how are you going to change from 12,000 to 18, So we're going to knock it down and build. So I said, oh, all right, it's a shame that we can't transport it over. But the learning there is that, as I said to the CEO, I said, well, when we look at our arena, if it can fit a little bit more people, we should look at that, not just 12,000, and to do a cost-benefit analysis. So if we can take on that, and if we're going to build something, don't want in 20 years future councillors going, why did they didn't think further enough down the path, and now we miss out on so many other artists. So we've just got to take that one on board and have a look at it. And of course, we'll look at PPP, so that private partnership, and I'll keep an eye on that one, so that as they progress their new 18,000 design and the technique they're using, I asked him, can I have a look at their drawings and things once they get going, and they were generous and said, yes, you can. So looking forward to sitting with them and learning how what's their design criteria for 18,000 seat arena. Next one is City Development Limited, CDL. This is another opportunity to discuss potential residential, build-to-rent and purpose-built student accommodation and the Gold Coast. As you can see, Councillor, the theme is about build-to-rent, affordable apartments and student accommodation. There are expertise in sustainable and luxury property, and position themselves as a strong potential partner for future investment in the city. So they'll be coming over to see what we've got that we can look at. Skyport infrastructure. We visited Skyport. Is the leading provider of infrastructure for advanced air mobility industry. I just thought, okay, what does all that mean? So they dumbed it down for me. It's like Uber, but it's Uber Air. So that you've got drones, they're working out where vertical ports we can land their drones. It means that you can put 4 people in these drones and go to, let's say if we want to go to Toowoomba, and the drone's there on top of a building, you just catch it and go there. And they said, oh, we're looking to to be autonomous, driverless. And I went, not for me. I would want the driver sitting right next to me, because I don't want someone on a joystick somewhere in the control room. Anyhow, everyone's got their own thing. So it's really like flying cars. Sounds like, back in the old days with the Jetsons. It's coming. It's coming. Yeah. All right. And of course, our city, I said to my chef at the resort, he was worried about he was going on holidays and how the kitchen's going to run. And I said, the mark of a good chef is how well the kitchen run when he's not here. In that theme, I think the city kept running very well while Councillor Gates was acting mayor. So I passed over to her to what's cooking.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wasn't quite as busy as you, but there were a lot. It's that time of the year when there are a lot of evening award celebrations. So the first one kicked off with the Environmental Volunteer and Partnership celebration. Councillor Doran, Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Fowler and Tozer attended. And we acknowledge the outstanding contributions of our environmental volunteers and partners across the city. Of particular note, a Lifetime Environmental Achievement Award was presented to the Friends of Federation Walk for their contribution over 25 years. So thank you to all the volunteers for their contributions to protecting our natural environment. The next one, on Thursday the 21st of November, Councillor Wilkinson and Tozer joined me at Parkwood International Golf Course, where the Palm Valley Resort was launched. That one's set to open in 2027, and it will feature that incredible wave that is endless. And Mick Fanning and Rabbit Bartholomew were there to unveil the project as well. What's interesting about the Surf Lagoon, Mr. Mayor, is that it will cater for all skill levels. And it was interesting, Mick Fanning was saying he'd caught over 100 waves in trialling the wave pool, and took him a couple of days to recover because it was just so consistent. So that's something that's exciting that's happening in our city. The Gold Coast Student Excellence Awards were held that night on the 21st. Councillors Fowler, Wilkinson and O'Neill attended the awards with me at Potter's Lakeside Terrace. It's the 6th year, and 18 finalists were recognised by Experience Gold Coast for their contribution to the city. The awards were presented to 6 winners: Max Dumbrell, Cameron Dalton, Charlotte Stent, Jessamine Faith Malati, Annie Rogers and Kelly Joanna Lizarazo Pimiento. I think I got that right. Congratulations to all the nominees, finalists and winners on their remarkable achievements. Next off was the 2024 Australian Young Entrepreneur Awards, where I was positively the oldest person in the room, without doubt. The awards were hosted by Business News Australia. I think you know Camilla, Mr. Mayor, who heads that up. And I presented on your behalf the technical award to Dr. Christopher Jeffrey from Convergence Medical in Brisbane. There were 4 Gold Coast winners on the night, which was great to see. One of them was also a winner at the Business Excellence Awards on Saturday evening. So Macro Mike, that was who I was referring to. In hospitality and tourism, many of us would know the Gemelli Group. They were awarded. Property and construction, it was Samuel Gordon, Australian Property Scout. And the startup that was recognised was Fastaway Enterprises. On the 26th of November, the Actor Awards announcement was held over here at Hotter, and Councillor Lacastre joined me briefly there in between his commitments on Water Committee. But that was just terrific to be able to welcome the announcement of actors coming back to the Gold Coast in February next year. They'll be conducted over 2 days. And the program includes not only 2 award ceremonies, but conferences and events for families and industry professionals. So we're growing as a preferred destination for the film industry, Mr. Mayor, and it was wonderfully attended and supported, and just great to see our city progressing in that way. On the 27th, there was a media call, Mr. Mayor, to highlight the fact that for the first time the Gold Coast will host the 2025 Suncorp Spirit Cup. So the first event will be on Friday the 7th of March, and it will feature, I think, the Firebirds and the Lightning from the Sunshine Coast. So the tickets are on sale, and I'd urge everyone to get their ticket early because this one always sells out. And that's it. Then you came home.
Oh, okay. Then pass the baton back. And Councillor, on Thursday, 28th, Natural Areas Land Acquisition announced that we acquire another 13.4 hectare site in Tarabudgery Valley, links to council-owned conservation reserve. So since 2021, we've now added to our portfolio another 178 hectares of land through natural areas and acquisition. And this is part of the commitment to protect the green behind the goal. And the program preserves habitat for endangered species like koalas and the glossy black cockatoo, while improving our biodiversity across the Gold Coast. Next item is the Gold Coast Charities Thank You Morning Tea, aptly hosted by our MC, Councillor Tozer. And so it was wonderful to join. I think just about every councillor were there.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Hammel wasn't able to make it that morning.
No.
But we did. He sent his emissary, Santa, from the North Pole to join us. It was nice of Santa to come on behalf of Councillor Hammel, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, and from memory, Santa's mentioned that he supported the cableway, so that's quite interesting.
There was lots of things that Santa said that weren't true, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Well, we had 30 local charities, and it's an honour really to be there, to be able to thanking them all on behalf of our city, and we enjoy the beautiful carols by the Marymount Choir, and anyway, and I'm glad Sandra's alive and well, looked beefier than previous year.
That's true.
So it was a wonderful morning. So I think we just keep doing it again, councillors. It's really wonderful. They're really the true giver of our city. Future Brisbane, Councillor Gates and Councillor Hammel and we went up to the Star in Brisbane, and we listened to the Federal Sports Minister, Annika Wells, our Premier, David Christofouli, Brisbane Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner on the same panel, and the Premier announced the new Games Independent Infrastructure Coordination Authority, 7 members on the board, headed by Stephen Conroy, AM, tasked with delivering a 100-day review. And for me anyway, the best part of it was to hear from Rod McGeoch, who's the CEO of the Sydney 2000 Olympics, and he gave us behind-the-scene commentary of what he had to do, what they did right, and what a classy guy. He really, we should find a space for him on the Gold Coast and tap into his wonderful experience. Then the memorial to Queen Elizabeth II. I was joined by Her Excellency the Honourable Sam Washington, AC, Governor-General of Commonwealth of Australia, and of course our Councillor O'Neill at Coolangatta to unveil the memorial. The memorial pays tribute to the Queen's extraordinary 70 years reign, and as you all know, in that in honouring the Queen, we did the Jubilee's walkway in the celebration with the Queen's Jubilee, where the walkway is 30 kilometres, and we had 70 cipher or markers joining Queen Elizabeth II Park all the way to Prince Philip Park at the Spit. And so this one here, we basically calling this one is the 71st marker. And the memorial there, I would say, thank to all the officers was involved. They made it very Gold Coast. Sandstone, people can be there reading the story of her first visit in 1963. It was pouring rain. Walked through the honour guard of the surf lifesavers, 50 of them, and they still did it all the way down the beach. And there's a QR code there. We use the technology. If you scan that, it tells you so much more about our former Queen's legacy, and ties it into the Gold Coast. So, and it's not over the top like a big statue or anything. There's seating there, so you can relax and enjoy. So next time, I recommend that if you go to Queen Elizabeth Park, take a moment, go and check it out. It's really very humbling to be there. Following the unveiling, the Governor-General visited the Coolangatta Surf Life Saving Club, where we're joined by President Gary Bell, Deputy President Belinda Dorman, and General Manager Steve Edgard. And we took a tour there, behind the scene, and then after that, we had a bit of sandwiches. Then we went to our emergency DEMU building in Ashmore, and she was very impressed with what we've built there. And then after that, she went and visited Men of Business in Southport. Marco Renai is there. You can see doing all the good work at turning boys who are wayward but into energetic lads, getting them licensed, getting them work, getting them education, getting in the gym. What a wonderful recipient of Gold Coast of the Year. And so it was good to see the Governor-General visit us, and have to say, very humble, very likeable. So, Mayor's Christmas Carol. Despite the wet weather, I told the story that as we were driving here, and I just saying to Ruth, I said, I got to get up and speak. And I said, I'd love you to come up with me. And she goes, I've given up saying no. So coming on, I paused for a little while, and I said, oh, by the way, can you, after I finish speaking, can you finish off the speech? And so impromptu, I gave her the mic, and I know she hates it. Anyhow, it was good. The guests were performed by Hot Potato Band, Dami Im, and Budgera, and the star of the show was Councillor Castro. And it says in my note, made an appearance, but he was the star of the show. Look at that. Look at that, eh? He was on time, on the money, was great. The kids love him, and it's wonderful to see that the crowd was packed. And thank you to Channel 7 for televising it, and you can view it again on 7 Plus. And even last year's one's still there on 7 Plus. So the good news there, I think, Mr. CEO, that our upgrade on the grounds there, we're going to increase to 7,500 people.
Yes.
So more people can come. So hopefully we'll have it done before Christmas.
And some rain protection as well.
And rain protection as well. There you go. Yeah, and one request. Those people up in the, I'll make it public there, right up on top of the pallet. Is it pallet? No, exhibitions bar. I know I've asked before, but if you can ask them to have the music and the whatever's happening down there, so those people up there can enjoy.
I'll consider that a direction, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. No, I'm just saying. Right. Then councillors, from there, I went straight to. I took Donna. I grabbed Donna with me, and I'll leave that on for a while. So, Councillor Gates, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hammel, Flower, Patterson, Tozer, Taylor, Martin, and O'Neill in attendance. Anyone else I missed out? All right. Okay. It was a fantastic night, as you can see. 29th annual. So, councillors, next year is going to be 30. And I said to them, you got to do something really special. And so he said, oh, we might need some help. I said, well, let's see what you're going to do first. And anyway, I presented the Mayor's Innovation GC Award to Luke Borg of AAC ID Solution, who manufacture and supply branding, print and signage and promotional products. So congratulations, Luke. Business of the Year was awarded to CSWE Group, a Helensvale-based company specialised in construction, engineering, mining and plant. Established by brothers Brian and Bruce Turner. Congratulations to C Group. The other noteworthy mention is Rebecca Frizzell was inducted into the Gold Coast Business Hall of Fame for her incredible contribution as a business and sport leader. Councillor Gates, you want to add to that?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was such a well-deserved honour to see Rebecca inducted into the Gold Coast Business Excellence Awards Hall of Fame. Her talents are well recognised in our city, and her love for the city is strongly evidenced by her continued involvement across so many sectors. In fact, so many I have to read them, Mr. Mayor. Rebecca was a member of the Sunland Development Group board for 4 years. In 2014, she became the first female chair of a national team as chair of the Gold Coast Titans, and then with her husband Brett purchased a 50% share in the company in 2017. She was appointed to the Olympic Games Organising Committee by the Prime Minister and also the Paralympics Australia Board, where she constantly campaigns to make ours the most accessible city in the world. Then there's Racing Queensland Board and her role as Deputy Chancellor of Griffith University. I guess it highlights, Mr. Mayor, just how very fortunate we are that Rebecca Frizzell still makes time for our own experienced Gold Coast Board, and she continues to show enthusiasm attending all those meetings and doing her best to attract the biggest and best events to the Gold Coast. So it's an outstanding resume, Mr. Mayor, but as you and I both know, more than that, Rebecca is an outstanding woman and friend. Congratulations, Rebecca Frizzell, OAM.
Okay. And the last word goes to these two. Goes to these two. They said these awards highlight the depth of talent, expertise and innovation we have on the Gold Coast. I move, councillors, that the Mayor's report be welcome and noted. Second to Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. Yeah, that was a bit of magic carpet ride. One of favourite band and of Ruth, and we were, Don and I were dancing there, and then she goes, and I said, "Oh, that's Elton song." So I was singing to her and said, "I'm still standing in 2028." Anyway, that's a bit of a fun. Anyhow, no, All right, next one, clarification. To be fair, I'll just look at the paper first. In today's bulletin, where it says brakes put on $1.6 billion project, which is our ARC project. Councillor Doran was quoted saying that support the project's aim, but warning of it's not an open checkbook. Do you want to expand on that? Because it's quite offensive to me, which the CEO will explain a bit further, but I thought I'd come to you first for...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the debate and the conversation around the ARC during committee was around delay of a process, EI process, and what I was referring to around not a blank check was not a not support for the project. It was around wanting to be kept in the loop around any process along the way. And we were informed that there was a slight delay, and I felt that it should have been unpacked a little bit deeper, potentially in a closed session. And whilst I also referenced in that conversation that it has wide support from council for the project, and the project solves an incredibly important problem, I also mentioned that it's innovative, and and also in the paper today, it also was quoted as saying, I have full support for the project and also the very, very talented city officers running the project. What that was about, Mr. Mayor, was about oversight. We're just making sure that whilst our support is, so far as I understand it, unanimous, including from myself, it was a clarification around wanting to make sure we've taken on the journey and full disclosure. And I felt that that particular item, which I won't go into because it's not enclosed, I felt like could have been talked a little bit better and divulged a little bit better to councillors so that we had a full understanding of what the officers were saying in relation to the project. Because, Mr. Mayor, it is an incredibly important project to the city. And that was the context around an open blank check was more around carte blanche, that we want to still have oversight over the project. And importantly, that's our role as council, and that was what I was referring to.
Okay. Because I took it as, because our brand, since I've come in, is value for money. And that, when I read that, it's anything opposite to a blank check on our projects. But we do thorough analysis, Mr. CEO.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I just thought it would, well, the Mayor's asked me to put on public record the business case was provided to council, which provided that there are two options. There's continue with landfill, or there's move down the ARC path, and the ARC path will deliver a $1.8 billion improved financial position for the city over the first 10 or so years of operation. And then additionally, and I think just as importantly, remove 60 to 70% of less landfill as a result of going down that path rather than buying a new piece of land and digging a big hole and putting the waste in it. And then finally, I should say that that 1.8 billion does not include the net positive revenue position that the plant will put us in as well, because it's important to remember that it is a waste to energy plant, so the energy will be produced and that energy can be sold or used by the council as well. So, and then just finally, I think councillors already indicated to this is a step in the process. Overall, we're on track to deliver the project. So the suggestion that the brakes have been put on, which is not what the council has said, but it's what was said in the bulletin, is just simply not the case. We remain on track to deliver this project. It remains the single most important infrastructure project that this council has ever attempted, and it remains financially viable.
Okay, so I take note of what you said, Councillor Doran, and now I've got a better understanding, but the clarification is more to the wider community of how we're proceeding with this project. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity you've given me to clarify. I think I also would like myself to put on the record that I don't control the headline of the bulletin. I think if we watch back the committee, I did express some frustration around what I thought was could have been explained better to councillors. It may be in a closed session, and also refer to the comments that are contained within that article do express significant support for the city's view and the vision for this project, and also city officers, but it did express a view around cost. And so I acknowledge and I thank the opportunity to clarify, but there are certain elements of this from that committee that were taken, which I don't have control over.
Okay. Right. Any other clarification? Can I go to Councillor Patterson first?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to make a clarification. In the Gold Coast Bulletin editorial titled Rat Run on the 26th of November, the following inaccuracies were printed. It first stated that the Cotlew Wardoo Street started as a simple project. This was never a simple project. It was always expected to take years and have a significant budget, largely due to the complexities of the required underground works, which are not necessarily seen by the public. Secondly, it further quoted that there would be no U-turn access at Cotlew Wardoo Street, which would result in emergency services issues. This caused greater alarm for members of my community on a matter that was already very difficult. There will be a U-turn at Cotlew Street, and that was just straight out incorrect, and I just want to make sure that that was clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And just as the chair of the relevant committee for water, waste and energy, I just wanted to provide some commentary that post the commentary made by Councillor Doran, we had a discussion and there was an opportunity for me to go into close where some of that information could have been provided, and I didn't take that opportunity, and I've reflected on that, and I've had discussions with other councillors about how we can prepare prior to meetings, and so hopefully next time that clarity can be brought to councillors earlier. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Curtis. No other clarification, then we shall move on to business arising from the minutes. There is one. Well, this relates to item 9.1 of the minutes of the council meeting dated 12th November 2024. Presentation to the key to Mr. Harry Trickerboff, unsuitable meeting conduct. During the council meeting on 12th November 2024, Councillor Young left the meeting after it had commenced without first obtaining permission from me as chair. Councillor Young left the meeting just before the presentation section of the meeting when the keys to the city were bestowed on Mr. Harry Trickerboff. B. I put these matters to Councillor Young and asked him to clarify his position. Councillor Young provided his response without prejudice basis, and I have considered his response. C. Unsuitable meeting conduct is defined as follows under Local Government Act 2009. The conduct of a councillor is unsuitable meeting conduct if he, A, happens during a local government meeting, and B, contravenes a behavioural standard. So I believe that Councillor Young's conduct during the council meeting on 12th November 2024 was unsuitable meeting conduct because Councillor Young contravened behavioural standard by 1, failing in respect to his responsibility as a councillor to adhere to relevant laws and policy and procedure application to council meetings. Namely, Councillor Young contravened section 10 brackets 2 close brackets of Sub-Ordinance Law 1.1 that provides after a meeting has formally constituted and the business of the meeting commence, a member is not to enter, leave or withdraw from the meeting without first obtaining the permission from the mayor. And section 52 brackets 2 close brackets C Sub-Ordinance Law 1.1 that provides a member without the permission of the chairperson is not to enter or leave from the meeting place and after the business of the meeting has commenced. 2. Failing to show respects towards a member of the public by departing the council meeting without permission while that person was being presented with the keys to the city. So this is the first opportunity I've had to address the matter since receiving Councillor Young's response. I do not intend to request that Councillor Young take any remedial action in relation to this unsuitable meeting conduct. However, I require the minutes to reflect that the chairperson, in brackets the Mayor, has decided that Councillor Young displayed unsuitable meeting conduct during the council meeting on 12th of November 2024. And I have it recorded into this minutes, this council, please. All right.
Question?
No question.
Statement.
No statement. 9, presentation. 9.1, presentation and awards. Councillor Taylor.
Would you accept a procedural motion for dissent? I'd like to overturn your ruling, Mr. Mayor.
Pardon?
I'd like to overturn your ruling, Mr. Mayor. It's a procedural motion. Unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, you have to take it.
No, I'm not taking it.
You
Sit
can't.
down.
You're not accepting the procedural
No.
motion to overturn
Sit
the
down.
ruling of the chair.
Sit down, please. Sit down, please.
Mr.
Sit
Mayor,
down,
this is-
please. I've asked you to sit down twice. Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I stand here to present to Angela Tait from the Infrastructure Delivery Team for the Excellence Award for the Women in Engineering of the 2024 Institute of Public Works Engineering Australian Queensland Awards. The Institute of Public Works Engineering Australia in Queensland is a peak body representing those actively involved in the delivery of public works and services in Queensland. The Excellence Award program places a spotlight on projects and people who deliver exceptional outcomes for Queensland communities. This award recognises Angela, who is a highly respected leader and engineer known for her dedication to the city and her impact on community-focused projects like Wonder Reef, the Griffith Street Revitalisation Project and the Lake Hall Boardwalk. Angela has been pivotal in advancing structural design standards, enhancing safety and durability, and driving service delivery improvements throughout the Gold Coast. Angela has presented at conferences and forums, and her technical experience and leadership has made her an influence force in public infrastructure engineering. This recognition is a proud moment for Angela and the Infrastructure Delivery Team, as this marks the 4th time in 5 years the City engineers have received this award, reinforcing the commitment to workplace diversity and celebrating the talent within our organisation. I want to congratulate Angela on receiving this award.
Right. 9.2, Councillor Hammel.
Mr. Mayor, the Planning and Urban Growth Model, or our PUG model as affectionately known, received a commendation at the 2024 PIA Queensland Awards for Planning Excellence in the Technology and Digital Innovation category. The PUG project has been a collaboration between City Planning, Griffith University's Cities Research Institute and ETEC Pty Ltd. A huge thank you to City Planning Management Team and the Strategic Infrastructure Team who have worked hard on this project from its implementation in 2018. Andrew Sard from City Planning, Professor Paul Burton from Griffith University and Bradley Rasmussen from ETEC attended on the night to receive the award. The judges commended the Next Generation Planning and Urban Growth Modelling Initiative for demonstrating how the City of Gold Coast can enhance its planning efforts to effectively deliver trunk infrastructure essential for future growth and development. Mr. Mayor, I think we've got a few officers here to receive the award today.
9.3, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor and councillors, Surf Life Saving Queensland Point Danger Branch recently celebrated its 100th birthday at a very special event at SeaWorld, and Councillor Martin and I attended that event, even the dolphin show, which was fantastic. Currently there are 11 surf clubs in the branch, 3 in Division 13 and 8 in Division 14. The branch has a long and rich history, and early days included clubs at Southport, Surfers Paradise, Burleigh and Coogin in northern New South Wales. But of course the original branch was instrumental in the establishment of the organisation now known as Surf Life Saving Queensland in 1930, and subsequent branch structure as we know it today. Over the years, the branch has been full of trailblazing members and their clubs. It is because of these members that the branch can lay claim to many firsts. The first sports carnival held in Queensland was in 1916 on Greenmount Beach. The first surf championships to be held in Queensland under Surf Life Saving Australia were staged by the branch in 1928 at Cura Life Saving Club. The first true state championships were held at Coolangatta Beach in 1932. The first Royal Carnival held in Queensland was at Coolangatta in March 1963 before Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip, and we heard about that just recently when we opened up the memorial. The first Surf Life Saving Awards in Queensland were gained at Tweed Heads and Coolangatta, which is known as the Greenmount Surf Club, in 1916. The first paid lifeguard was contracted by Cura Surf Life Saving Club in 1922. He received a payment of £70 for his services. The first mobile patrols were implemented in 1964 at Pacific and North Cura, and that was after a couple of near fatalities on the beach. The first helicopter patrols were trialled on the Gold Coast in the 1965-66 season at the suggestion and push by Point Danger Branch Life members Jack Gordon and J.R. Winders. The first legislated council bylaws, while facilitated by Surf Life Saving Queensland, certainly were the Life members Jack Gordon and J.R. Winders and Murray Webb were instrumental in the inception of these, with 2 of these being part of the 4-person committee who spoke to Parliament. First powerboat surf boats merged in 1957-1958 season, and the Point Danger Branch was the first branch in Queensland to secure over $350,000 in funding to hire 2 development officers. We can't leave the ladies out. Until 1980, women could not officially be lifesavers or earn their bronze medallion in surf lifesaving. Since the acceptance of women into surf lifesaving as full members, it is not uncommon now to see women holding positions such as presidents on boards, patrol captains on the beach, trainers, assessors and officials, as well as completing the same distance as the men in competition. Mr Mayor, Point Danger Branch Chairperson Jared Clark and Secretary Rachel Clark are here today to present to the City a certificate of appreciation for the City's support of their branch, and I'd like to bring them forward to present that to you.
Okay.
Oh, just Jared. Where's Rachel? Where's Rachel?
My daughter's getting involved.
Item 10, conflict of interest. Councillor Hammel.
Mr Mayor, I raise today to put a declarable conflict of interest onto the record. It is seeking early permission from council to participate in a possible future decision for the benefit of councillors. So the conflict is in relation to my brother-in-law, which when I pointed this conflict out to my partner Tanya last night, she made the point that we'd actually have to be married for him to be my brother-in-law, but let's assume under common law that he's my brother-in-law, and that's how I'm taking this. So the conflict is that my brother-in-law, Ben Dawson, works for Ausbuild as a development manager. Ausbuild have reached out to me as chair of planning, looking to have a meeting about a proposed development inside the city. I don't have particulars of sites and whatnot yet, but given Mr. Dawson's relationship with me, I wanted to get this conflict of interest on the record as quickly as possible so I can be part of those meetings. I sought advice from General Counsel around where brother-in-laws fit into the Act in regards to the threshold of becoming a prescribed conflict. And the Act is very clear that, you know, if it was a parent or a spouse or a brother or sister, then prescribed would be the way forward. But brother-in-law is enough steps removed that the Act seeks for me to put it onto the public record and state if I believe I have an open, persuadable mind and can discharge my duties as elected official, which after considering the matter, which is very early at this stage, I'm confident that I could take meetings with Ausbuild with Mr. Dawson in attendance, maintain an open, persuadable mind, but would welcome, if councillors think it's appropriate, that any meetings I take with Ausbuild would be attended by a city officer, just to bring a level of confidence to make sure that all meetings I take are in the public's interest.
Okay. Procedural motion, anyone? Councillor Gates?
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move a procedural motion that Councillor Hammel be permitted to participate in meetings. We have one former set of words that suggests that minutes of the meeting be kept on record. So if we can find those words that allow Councillor Hammel participation and for minutes of the meeting.
If you can't find it, Jody, can you dictate something there? Or is that all right on there?
The CEO's helping us.
Excuse me, was the requirement that a condition be attached, that minutes be provided of the outlining the nature of the discussions during the meeting?
That's perfect, thank you.
To the CEO?
Yeah.
And through the chair, Councillor Hammel, did you want to add in the preceding section that it's not just making a decision but also participating in preliminary discussions and meetings?
Sorry, my understanding is that making a decision includes every conversation. But I don't think that minor and remote should be part of this recommendation. I think we should simply be saying that although Councillor Hammel has a declarable conflict of interest, approval is granted for his participation in the decision, including meetings. Does that need to be in? I mean, my understanding is that the decision involves everything.
The definition of participation is broad, but the difficulty here is I don't think there's a development application on foot as yet. Am I correct, Councillor Hammel? So therefore it's sort of ahead of an application being determined. So that's where the word preliminary meetings and discussions may be helpful.
Okay. Well, perhaps you can assist the CEO in getting the wording correct. Thank you, General Counsel.
He's got there. Councillor Martin.
Question, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Gates or Councillor Hammel. So with this procedural motion, is suggesting that it's not a city officer attend, kind of as Councillor Hammel alluded to? Because I think, for me, I just wonder whether the minutes really are, they're obviously held on file, but I wonder if maybe city officer being there might actually just be a more active and better way to protect everyone's interests.
Councillor Gates.
I would suggest that we add that any meetings held with Ausbuild be attended by a council officer, and I would still suggest that the outcomes of the meeting are minuted.
Thumbs up. Okay. All good.
Just remove the second "the" in C. We've got two "these" at the start of the. Thank you. So moved.
Yeah, when we before we get in reception of. We good? Second day, Councillor Patterson. Anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Gates, you want to add any more? You're right. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. All in favour. We got to division it. Show of hands.
Wonderful. Mayor Tait, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against. Motion carried. Councillor Hammel did not vote. Councillors, there's no other conflict of interest. Just before we get into reception and consideration of committee meetings, this being our last meeting for the year, I offer Mr. CEO to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have often said that the hardest job in the city is sitting at that desk. So I wanted to pass on my thanks on behalf of the city administration, and I'm sure everyone in the room, to Anya and to Cara and to Nikki, the best division caller in the state, for all the work that they've done to get these meetings running and working. They've done an outstanding job all year. We have had thousands of motions and hundreds of thousands of paper this year. They have done an outstanding job. So on behalf of all of us, thank you very much.
Well done. All right, councillors, we'll go to planning and Councillor Hammel.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the minutes of the 850th round of the Planning and Regulation Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 19th of April 2024, covered by recommendations 1 to 17, be received.
Second to Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Look at all the hands. I'll go to Councillor Hammel first as chair.
So, Mr. Mayor, I thought there's one prescribed conflict to deal with on one item. I thought we might deal with that first. So
what?
There's one prescribed conflict to be dealt with on 6.2.
Oh, okay.
For Councillor Martin, so I thought we might deal with that first, so he can leave the room, and then we can deal with that and he can come back in for the rest of it.
Okay. 6.2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to clarify, we'll be unstarring this so that I can participate in the rest of it.
I see no star in the full council.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, I have declaring a prescribed conflict of interest. I have already declared this at a former council meeting, and I did redeclare this when the item came to committee. Just to jog everyone's memory, the reason I have a prescribed conflict of interest due to the Local Government Act, where I lodged a submission by way of a written objection in 2022, August 2022, and therefore under the Act I have deemed a prescribed conflict of interest, even though the time that has elapsed. So it's on the screen. I'll be leaving the room.
Okay, you're excused. Councillor Hammel.
Happy to move the item, Mr. Mayor.
Second to Councillor Gates. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Can you get Councillor Martin back? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move the agenda item 6.5 with one change.
Okay, let's go to 6.5. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, what I would like to move is that we accept the additional change and point 3, which was added at the meeting, but that we do refer back to version 1 of the attachment, the officer's recommendation. This is regarding fencing.
Is there a seconder?
You're going to second it?
I think perhaps the council needs a better explanation, Mr. Mayor. I'm presuming that I'm happy to second it if you would like and speak to it.
Do you want to hear what the explanation first? You might not want to
I
second
think
it.
I get what Councillor Patterson means,
okay.
but she might like to explain further.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At committee, there was a decision to make a change to the officer's recommendations. So this is regarding election signage by candidates at the election. The change that was made was the officer's recommendation was they were tightening up the rules for everybody. One of their recommendations was to enable their own enforcement and to create ease is that we follow the suit of almost every local government in the state and not allow signs on fences. It was I appreciate that there is consideration, particularly from a candidate's perspective, that that is an easier thing to do. But after hearing from the officers, I think for us to add their new recommendations on this policy without adding that really creates a lot of trouble for them. It makes it very difficult to enforce, and it creates a lot of issue. They could not find one other local government that had done this laws that didn't include that. So I think it's a standard position, and we should be taking the position of what serves all in our community, rather than perhaps, I suppose, the ease from a candidate's perspective as well.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Gates? Seconder, okay. Do you want to speak on it further? Just a second. You want to have a question, is it?
Mr. Mayor, I want to foreshadow an alternate motion.
Okay.
Thank you. The City Secretary has the foreshadow.
Yeah. Yes. No, I'm going to 4. Right, but Councillor Gates, what do you say?
I was going to speak for the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. You yield to Councillor Gates to speak for?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I spoke for the officer recommendation at Committee 2 on the basis of the information put before us, Mr. Mayor. It was about not allowing signage on council fences, so council infrastructure. Private property was a completely separate thing, but on council infrastructure, and I think the tone of the argument, as I perceived it, was basically about sports fields. But there are so many other locations where council has fences around stormwater drains, and just driving about the city over the last week since the recommendation from committee was made, I've seen so many areas where it would be an impost, I believe, on the officers to have to manage that as well. The fact is that Councillor Patterson is correct that there is no other local authority. We asked the question at committee. Everyone has left fences out of any permissible area for election signage. It'll be an even playing field for everyone, Mr. Mayor, and I felt that in regard to enforcement and the duties of the enforcement officers, it's going to be hard enough monitoring that there can only be a sign every 100 metres or 2 within 100 metres of each other without having to deal with fencing signage as well, where we often see blocks of corflutes added across a fence because of the ease of erecting them. So I'm fully supportive of the officer's recommendation, which is what Councillor Patterson has moved today.
Councillor Hammel?
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask a question for clarification and then would speak against.
Okay.
My clarification question would be, both Councillor Patterson and Councillor Gates have indicated that the officer report spoke to all local governments in the state. My recollection is that we only benchmarked against 2 or 3 other local governments. So could I see clarity on that point before I speak against it?
Directly.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Hammel, my understanding of what you've said is correct. I'm not sure, Councillor Patterson, if you've had conversations with the officers between committee and council. That would be the thing.
The question was asked, does this happen in any other local governments? It was confirmed to us that as far as they could see, it didn't. And the most comparable governments to us were assessed.
Council, CEO.
Look, just a couple of quick points. So I would strongly agree with what's been put by Councillor Patterson and the officer's recommendation. There are, as to the best of our knowledge, no other councils in Queensland who do this, and our most like councils certainly don't do it. And I just make the observation, these are city assets which do get damaged because you are physically, in some cases, drilling into these assets or tying off to them, and it does cost us money. And then there's the element that I've been speaking to city officers about, the first in best dress type problem as well, about, you know, who gets there first. You've got people getting up at 12:01 when the deadline allows for them to go up. From our point of view, we would strongly support the proposal put by Councillor Patterson and the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Hammel.
I would speak against the motion, Mr Mayor. There was significant debate at committee on this, and while there was absolutely broad support for 99% of what was in the officer report and officer recommendation, there was a focus on if fences should be included in the initial policy or not. The view of committee and of visiting members to committee was that leaving fences in was appropriate at this time, that possibly down the track after we've been through a few elections, we may review the policy and look to exclude fences then. But when we're going from a starting point of you can pretty well put as many signs as you want wherever you want at the moment, and we're looking to tighten things up by introducing clarity around you cannot put signs within 3.5 metres of a road edge, you can't put them in intersections or roundabouts, that 2 within a 100 square metre radius was going to be a big change already, that 100 metres, that we were already making a massive step forward with this particular policy, and that allowing corflutes to remain on fences, because as was pointed out, it's only council fences this policy deals with. There's a multitude of main roads fences and other fences that can go on that we don't cover. So while I appreciate it was the initial officer recommendation to include fences as being prohibited for election, city fences to be prohibited for election signage, I think it's actually appropriate place for signage to go, and that all the other measures that are introduced into this policy are already enough change at this stage, and that we can look at fences after we've been through a few elections. So would encourage councillors not to support Councillor Patterson's change recommendation and to look instead at Councillor Doran's foreshadowed recommendation.
Right. For the motion? No, I'll go to Councillor Patterson to closed.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I appreciate the comments in Councillor Doran's foreshadowed can be included in this recommendation because they relate to number 3, not number 2. If we could do that now, I would be happy to, with your permission, Mr Mayor.
Mr Mayor, do you need an amendment for this to occur as opposed to...
Just let me ask Councillor Gates, are you okay if Councillor...
Well, I have no idea what's coming, Mr Mayor. No idea at all. So
let's just see what it is. I might call for an amended motion.
if we could see what's foreshadowed as a foreshadowed motion, and then we'll know whether or not.
Is that the red part on the screen?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Just pause for a second. Let Councillor Gates have a read.
Regarding number 3.
Is it pretty close to the original motion?
It's fine, Mr Mayor, in my view. I'm happy to continue to second it.
All right. Anyone objected? We just let that be amended? Okay. Question, Councillor Peter Young.
Really not clear to me what we're debating here. This number 2 doesn't have the inclusion of the word version 1, which was the part of the original motion. So we've got someone that's moving and seconding an item that's got version 1 in it, and then moving and seconding something that doesn't have it.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're looking at.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So It's just a management issue here. So we keep with the version 1. My understanding from Councillor Doran was his concern was this additional wording in number 3, and he's happy to have that added to this motion.
All right.
So mine is there, and you just change the number 3 on that.
What we'll do is, to be clear, the new addition, someone like to move that as amended motion? Move Councillor Doran, the amended motion, right? Seconder Councillor Tozer. So now we're Councillor Peter Young. Now we're talking about the amended motion. That's on the screen. Whole heap on the screen. All right. Councillor Doran, you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll speak to the amended motion, which includes the changes to point 3. The intent behind this is simply to bring back to council at the time when the public consultation, the state consultation has been undertaken, and the matter comes back to council following the local law process, to have the city officers also bring back a report, Mr. Mayor, around how we're going to enforce the new local law. It tidies up what was a change recommendation from me that was a little unmessy. It brings alignment towards the end of the local law process before ratification, and also so councillors can see that there will be enforcement to any illegally placed signs. The actual motion itself, Mr. Mayor, does, I think, speak to a lot of good and the community sentiment around election signage. What I have concerns about, though, is a new local law that penalises the rule follower and not the rule breaker. And what's really important with these new local law, which does, I think, improve the situation, is that we make sure that the council has the means and the policy and the will to enforce the law so as not to allow for any unfair electoral advantage to someone who breaks those rules, Mr. Mayor. That's what point 3 speaks to. And I will, whilst I'm very happy that point 3 is included, I probably will vote against it because I do think that we should have fences. So thank you.
So you're going to vote against your amended motion, are you?
Debate hasn't concluded, Mr. Mayor.
Is that allowed?
All right. Anyone want to speak against the amended motion? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. I just want to echo what Councillor Hammel had just said before. Whilst I support the foreshadowed motion, I think that what we've got in front of us, unfortunately, doesn't quite hit the mark. And I would also like to, after the lengthy discussions at committee, see the fences inclusive. I made the point at committee, although not on this particular committee, that unfortunately what I believe you would also see if you didn't allow for fences is a proliferation of postage signs, more or less, or those wooden stakes, which again are currently used. However, this would force candidates to a degree to use a multitude of those in places that we possibly haven't even considered, with those ending up on footpaths, on local roads, potentially, whereby if you allow for the signage on fences, I believe that if candidates are responsible, as they should be zip tying them on, and obviously we're adhering to safety in all respects of that, but it's also their responsibility then to clean up after themselves, and I believe good candidates should be doing that. So whilst I appreciate what is being put forward to us, and I agree with it and the direction that we are going in its total towards signage across our city in the future, I simply would like to still see fences inclusive, which obviously isn't involved in this particular motion, so I won't be supporting this particular one, and I look forward to hopefully seeing the foreshadowed one be presented potentially.
All right. Okay, speaking for the motion, for the amended motion. No, go to Councillor Patterson to close.
Thank you, Mr.
Mayor, you asked for people to speak for, and Councillor Young had his hand up.
Oh.
You didn't see him?
No, I didn't. Did you want to speak for, did you?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Tozer. I've been putting my hand up to speak both for and against this because I will not support the change to number 2. I think that the inclusion of the fencing as appropriate places for signage is relevant. Number 3, I do support because I think that's an earnest intent to ensure we have lawful application of the local law. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Speaking against the amended motion. Councillor Tozer,
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
you second the motion, right?
I seconded the motion. I'm going to speak against it because
Okay.
of what's included in it. I share a similar view to Councillor Young, but I am speaking against the motion because I can't support what's on the table on the table right now. And I'll also foreshadow the committee recommendation with Councillor Doran's
No, there's
item 3.
the foreshadow is only one.
There isn't a foreshadow motion right now. We have an amendment, not a foreshadowed motion, Mr Mayor.
No, there's a foreshadow. You foreshadowed, didn't you? Yeah.
He foreshadowed, and then it became the amendment.
Okay.
So we don't have a foreshadowed motion at the moment, Mr Mayor. So I will foreshadow the committee recommendation plus Councillor Doran's 3. So if the team can prepare that as I'm speaking against the motion, Mr Mayor, the elements of 3 that Councillor Doran have brought, I think, are offered in good faith. I think it's a good suggestion to help ensure smooth and fair election processes. And Mr Mayor, item 2, which refers to version 1 of the report. Unfortunately, I think this particular matter really made some really good suggestions to how elections are run. And one of the things that I would say is that in the most recent state election, state candidates started bringing out these big landscape-sized signs that are kind of double, 1,200 by 900 mils, and they're taking up heaps of space. And the motion that we had, the report basically outlawed those big double-sized signs, and I think that is a sensible move. It also talked about, Mr Mayor, some provisions where, you will have seen before where, there's one sign for a candidate within, 100 metres there might be 10 or 20 signs, and we've now made a new rule where there's really 100 metres between signs of a common candidate, and I think that actually creates some better outcomes as well. The thing that is I can't support is the version 1 really excludes the idea of fences, and the alternative to utilising fences is stakes. And I think we as a chamber, as a bunch of elected officials, are in a strong position here because we make the laws about election signage, and yet the next election will involve people who want to take our jobs from us. And by imposing upon a candidate the obligation, and obviously us as well, a candidate an obligation to go to Bunnings or some sort of timber supplier and buy enough stakes to erect all your signs, imposes a significant additional cost on candidates who might want to take our jobs. And I feel uncomfortable with that because I really love my job and I love serving the city, but I believe that democracy is an important process and that candidacy process is really important, and creating impediments to, or making it more expensive for council candidates to run, I think is actually not an act in good faith. I think that's a challenge for us. And frankly, I hope that this amendment goes down. I hope that the original motion goes down, and then I hope we come up with a better solution that enables a fair playing field that's reasonable. There is a lot of council fences that are very appropriately placed within the parameters of having a sign every 100 metres that will actually be a suitable way forward. What is a bad idea is us creating a local law where every single candidate's required to hammer in, timber stakes and then find them falling over and being pushed over and being washed away in heavy rainfall. Those sort of things can be a real challenge, and they actually create more mess than is really necessary. And whilst I appreciate the challenges that officers face in the attaching of signs to council assets, I think that's actually a safer and better option than the alternative, which is to hammer in timber signs that can just get washed into our waterways, and that's actually a real problem. So, Mr Mayor, I hope that our councillors vote against this amendment. I hope they vote against the original motion, and then I hope we come up with a solution. Whilst I can't speak to the foreshadowed motion, I hope we come up with a solution that actually has some respect for the democratic process, making it easy for candidates or less hard for candidates to run their election campaigns, and also make it these other changes are actually really commendable. We're actually making some other good changes in this legislation, and I thank the officers for coming up with some good suggestions to make things easier during elections.
Okay, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to clarify a couple of points that have been made here. So, first of all, if I am supporting this, if I'm not successful, that's easier for me at the election time, right? However, there is a reason why no other local government does this, and there is a reason why our officers recommended it. It largely goes to point 3, enforcement. So if you are expecting, we're now putting much stronger requests on our officers for enforcement, but we're just saying, okay, you've basically got carte blanche, every council fence, and I can't imagine how many kilometres there are of them in the city, you can go for your life and they have to enforce all of them.
It can't be carte blanche if there's a limit of 2 signs within 100 metres.
Correct.
We already have the 2 in 100 metres. However, we have a lot of fences. It also doesn't mean that people necessarily need to go and spend more. The CEO pointed out to me he was so shocked when he came here from Tasmania because the only place people really put them is in private properties where people want to represent someone. So it may take a little bit more action on behalf of candidates to get the personal support of their community. Mr Mayor, what I'm putting forward here is the officers' recommendation, who have to deal with enforcement of this matter, who are consistently under attack at the election time for not doing this or doing this. They made it crystal clear that this is going to make their job a lot harder and enforcement triply harder. I suggest that we support our officers and support the recommendation.
Okay, councillor, debate's closed. We're voting on the amended motion, councillors. Right? All in favour, show of hands. Division's call.
Mayor Tait, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra.
Against?
Councillor Young, Councillor Hammel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Okay, the amended motion's lost. We go to the original motion. Right, anyone wants to speak for? Then I'll take it, the debate's closed.
Original motion of Councillor Patterson or the committee recommendation?
The original motion, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you.
There it is. The debate's closed. No. That's the one on the screen. All right. All in favour, show of hands. Now, whatever's on the screen. All right, division.
Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra.
Against.
Mayor Tait, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Hammel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Right, the motion is lost. The foreshadow will become a motion should there be a seconder. Councillor Wilkinson. Question, Councillor Gates.
Many thanks, Mr Mayor. I just wondered, could someone point out to me what version 2 is of attachment 2, please?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Gates. So version 2 will be the email that came out from our manager last week, which was Joe, which was the amendments that we made from the committee recommendations. I'm happy to just quickly explain what the changes were. We replaced the dot points with numbering systems for ease of reference. I think we spoke about that in the committee, saying that it would be easier once we actually communicate that with candidates so they can refer to the provisions of that easier. We included the term public land with reference to the criteria, which was in relation to the number of signs that were allowed within 100 metres. We then removed the word fences from the list of infrastructure that signs cannot be attached to. So that's the change there. And then we removed the requirement for signs to be freestanding. That was based on that change in terms of the fence change. We obviously then had to go and change that.
Yeah. That's a difference.
Okay, who was the seconder? I can't see it now. Councillor Wilkinson. All good. Speaking for the motion, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, for letting me open debate of this motion. The reality is that this motion is the most practical way forward that enables a fair playing field for all candidates who contest all elections, whether state, federal or local government elections. It should be remembered as people think about this motion that the local law process takes some time to implement, so these rules won't be in place for the next federal election. It won't be possible for us to get through the local law changes in sufficient time for that to come to life, but the next local government election will have these new laws. And just to summarise some of the rules that are being included, it sets a maximum size for the signs of 600 mils by 900 mils, which is the standard kind of portrait or landscape that you'd see on a normal corflute sign. That's the largest sign that people can erect. It creates a rule where only 2 signs can be within 100 metres of each other within on public land. It doesn't preclude a person from convincing a local resident to erect a sign in their front yard and then on perhaps the public land across, hammering in a stake if they would like to inside 100 metres. But it does mean that on public land itself, we have to have only 2 signs within a 100-metre radius. And I think that's a really fair and reasonable rule. Mr Mayor, the last thing it talks about is slipped my mind and is evidently not that important. But the important thing, Mr Mayor, is that this motion with version 2 makes some really practical and simple changes to the guidelines that we will provide to candidates, including sitting councillors, and there'll be some clarity moving forward and also some fairness moving forward with our local government election to be held in 2028. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Speaking against, Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, I seek to ask a question through you. I'm sure that the state laws override council's laws anyway, don't they, in terms of election signage? And they have, like their last election was extremely well managed. There were only 2 signs per corflute at the pre-polls. And my understanding is that the state laws override council on election day as well. So these rules will not apply because the state laws are predominant, I believe. No, at all times I understand state laws trump ours, but I would love to have clarification.
There you go.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I will look at our General Manager of City Stands here when I answer this just to make sure I'm answering it correct. But my understanding is that at the polling stations, the state do override us, and then we obviously have our own guidelines for the other.
Override council's local laws. In fact, I'm going to find it now.
I think it's fine. State law prevails over local law. So you can make whatever you like, but the
report that's the case.
Well, I'm just saying, as a standard, they prevail over us. Anyhow, that's where we're at, and there's a motion in front of us. Who wants to speak against? So, Councillor Tozer to closed.
Mr Mayor, just to clarify some of the points just made, page 782 of the agenda talks a little bit about the relationship between state and local legislation, and I quote exactly from the report here. In practice, this means that local governments have authority to enact laws that limit the size and placement of election signs to ensure they do not obstruct drivers' views or distract them, mandate that signs are securely attached and constructed from materials that do not pose a hazard if they fall or are damaged, prohibit election signs from being placed in locations where they could obstruct pedestrian and vehicle movement and or block official road signs, and that is the clarity that we're seeking. These laws are important, they are able to be enforced, and it's important that councillors support this motion today. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any other items you want to deal separately? Oh, Councillor Hammel.
6.1, please, Mr Mayor.
6.1, okay.
Seeking to move the motion, Mr Mayor. Move the committee recommendation, sorry, Mr Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Gates.
Happy for me to start, Mr Mayor. So, Mr Mayor, this application dealt with 949, 951 and 953 Gold Coast Highway, Palm Beach, which is the Darjan site, as I think most people would know it. Mr Mayor, since going through the planning court and our initial decision on an impact application been overturned, the applicant has lodged a code application which was approved. So there's an existing code approval on the site for 29 square metres. They've now lodged a subsequent other change application seeking to add 4.8 metres to the height of the building to create communal space for residents, so some roof structures for communal space. There is no additional dwellings proposed, therefore there's no additional traffic or car parking impact beyond what is already in the code approval. The setbacks have not changed from the code approval, and there are no changes in site cover from the code approval. The roof structures are set back so that from most visual points, you won't actually be able to see the structure, so there's no visual amenity impact. The shadowing, while it has grown slightly by a minuscule amount, it's actually onto public road where that growth has occurred, so there's no additional shadow impact. Mr Mayor, acoustics was a key issue assessed by officers and also raised by submitters, so there's some significant conditions around acoustic panelling and how the orientation of the barbecue areas and whatnot are set up to ensure acoustics are dealt with. And another concern that was raised by submitters, Mr Mayor, was privacy. So through the addition of acoustic barriers, which also act as a physical barrier, planter boxes, how things are laid out, officers believe that they've appropriately addressed privacy issues. Mr Mayor, a very minor increase in height that I think has a negligible impact overall and should see this application supported by Council.
Speaking against, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Today, we're once again tasked with evaluating another change development application for the 33.86 metre high rise in a 29 building height overlay mapped height area in the medium density residential zone on the eastern side of the Gold Coast Highway, Southern Palm Beach. What's unique about this application's history is the planning court decision, which is absolutely relevant, as this proposal has been revised from the original 43.5 metre version, which was previously approved by council, but then later overturned and refused by the planning court, which was led by neighbouring residents who foot the bill for that legal proceedings. And it's imperative that we consider that this application and the relevant context of the court's detailed findings for this site. As the custodians of the city's planning framework, we've got to ensure that the development aligns with the city plan by respecting local character and identity of the community that prioritises the amenity of neighbouring residents. While the change from the code accessible approval might seem relatively minor, I've considered the application and I can't support the approval for several key reasons. And the first is the non-compliance with the local identity and sense of place. The court made it abundantly clear that developments in Palm Beach must reinforce the area's local identity and sense of place. Palm Beach is predominantly characterised by low to medium rise buildings with a building height overlay mapped height of 29 metres. Of course, I'm not talking about the CBD zone, which is a different height level, so other judgments like the collective appeal are just simply not relevant within this context. So this proposal at 33.86 metres still exceeds the building height overlay map by over 16%, exceeding the medium rise character, and instead inserting a high-rise tower form in a medium density residential zone. As part of the recommendation, city officers described the height of this development might possibly be perceived as mid-rise. However, it's simply not. And a quick observation would be dispelled when viewing the building's skyline roof in comparison to its southern 9-storey mid-rise neighbour or to its northern 3- and 4-storey neighbour to its north. The court also found that taller developments must not only comply with the height uplift provision but reinforce this local coastal identity. The application fails to do so, and instead of integrating harmoniously, it continues to introduce a bulk and scale that continues to erode the distinct character of Palm Beach. Secondly, the impacts on neighbouring amenity. Whilst the revised proposal is shorter than the original refused application, it still poses significant amenity concerns to the neighbouring properties, such as Currumbin Sands and the Aaliyah Apartments. The proposal still has a bulk and proximity to adjacent properties that remain overbearing, particularly for the low-rise Currumbin Sands. The court previously described the original application, I quote, as a big lump of a building due to its excessive mass. And while this version is slightly reduced, the fundamental issue of scale and its impact on neighbouring amenities still persists. The privacy issues overlooking of Aaliyah's rooftop pool and terrace will still occur even at this lower height from the original planning court decision. The screening measures proposed are insufficient to address the privacy concerns raised by residents and the court. The ground level interface with the Crumb and Sands, particularly its reliance on planter boxes rather than meaningful deep landscaping, continues to be unresolved. The court emphasised the importance of a well-managed relationship between the developments and their neighbours, and I still think this proposal falls short of achieving that. Thirdly, the skyline and visual harmony. The court's judgment highlighted the importance of maintaining the varied, ordered and interesting skyline. The Princess Palm and Royal Palm Towers were explicitly labelled as anomalies, and that should not set a precedent for future high-rise developments in the area, of which this proposal at 33.86 metres still interrupts and pierces that skyline and seeks to create a height transition towards those incongruent towers, which the court firmly rejected as an approach that reinforces disharmony by adding a third incongruent skyline impact, which this continues to do at this other change height. By approving this development, it undermines our responsibility to protect Palm Beach's visual integrity and sets a dangerous precedent for further height increases in an area clearly defined to remain as mid-rise. And we've talked about precedent before, and whilst everything is assessed on its merits, there still is the principle of consistency, so precedence does still have a part to play. Lastly, the misalignment with the city plan. The city plan sets clear expectations for residential density, land use and urban design standards. The court found that the original proposal, density of 1 bedroom per 15 square metres, to be grossly out of compliance with the RD6 designation of 1 bed per 33 square metres. While the applicant has made some adjustments with that height coming down, the proposal still fails to reflect the intent and the spirit of that city plan density, with even a more intense density of 1 bed per 12 square metres. So in conclusion, Mr Mayor, and through you to colleagues, this is not a question of opposing development. It's about ensuring that growth happens in our city in a way that respects our planning framework, protects our community's identity, and it prioritises the amenity of residents. Whilst I've been banging on about this since I got here, just to avoid all doubt, Palm Beach, outside its CBD zone, has a low to mid-rise character. And this is observed through the existing built form and the intended built form as outlined in the medium density residential zone overlay within the city plan. And additionally, the planning court decision says so on this very site. So this other change application at a new height of 33.86 and in the context of the unresolved issues I've just spoken about, I think it's still inconsistent with the court's findings on this site. So I remain very concerned about getting it wrong for a second time, especially as the planning court has clearly said what is expected on this site, and that is medium-rise building. And this application is not, no matter how much I squint.
Okay, Councillor for the motion. Back to Councillor Hammel to close.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Martin raises a very important point. Officers having consideration of court judgments. What is clear through this report on dozens of occasions, it was made clear again a dozens times during committee, is that officers have not just considered the previous Darjan court decision, but all court decisions when it comes to our city plan. That was made clear in the officer report and has been made clear at committee when questions were put to officers. It was made clear that it's not just the Darjan decision that has to be considered as application, it is all court decisions, including the most recent one of the S&S site in Palm Beach. Mr Mayor, what those court decisions also make very clear is that you can't just look at the current character of an area and look at that blindly. You must look at our planning scheme, which sets the future intent. This is in a mapped height of 29 metres and in a city plan that envisages a 50% uplift provision. This applicant is seeking a minor uplift from 29 metres to 33.86, whereas the original application that Councillor Martin refers to was 43.5. I would like to remind councillors that this report and what we are considering today is not the entire building. There is a code approval in place. We are simply looking at the 4.8 metres of roof structures on the roof, and would encourage councillors to focus on that and not so much get into the greater parts of density inside the building and other things that are not part of this application we're considering today. Mr Mayor, 17 submissions against, just to make that clear. 17 submissions against, and I'm going to focus on what I think is important, and that is what those submitters raised as impacts they're concerned with in this application, and that is something that's been made clear to all of us in recent briefings from our planning lawyers, is the judges and the courts focus on impact. So, Mr Mayor, for that extra 4.86 metres, no additional dwellings. So therefore, no dwelling increase, no density changes, no more car parking issues, no greater traffic impact. Visual amenity. As shown in the report, because of the way the roof structures have been set back, from most vantage points, you will not be able to see this building. So for residents living right next door, from most public vantage points in Palm Beach, you will not be able to see the additional roof structures. Shadowing, an important impact and one we should consider, and one that submitters raised. The shadow diagrams available in the officer's report clearly show that the shadowing increase from the code approval is incredibly minor. We're talking about a metre extra of shadow. At the worst times of the year, that extra shadow is on the public road. So I don't see an increase in impact from shadowing. Mr Mayor, submitters raised acoustics, a really critical impact that we should be concerned about. Officers spent a lot of time in their report, and officers spent a lot of time in committee discussing that particular impact. They went through how, through engineering changes with additional acoustic walls, the way that the structures have been set, so which way noise will travel, that they've taken great consideration of acoustics into play. They've also set conditions around hours of use to ensure the reasonable expectations of neighbours when it comes to noise. Mr Mayor, privacy. This structure doesn't sit all the way to the edge. It sits set back on the roof structure. So vantage points from the roof into neighbouring properties will be minimal. But when I think of impact of privacy, when you've got an existing code approval that have got balconies that can already look into that area, there's no greater impact. I don't see that as an increase in impact, because from any balcony in that building, you'll be able to see into that neighbouring property already partially. So I don't see an increase in impact that would see us be looking at that as a reason to refuse this. Mr Mayor, it's 4.8 metres of roof structure for communal open space. No more dwellings, no more density, no more traffic impact, all those other things I've listed. While I appreciate Councillor Martin's deep dive into the law, I want to come back to what is important, and that is impact for the submitters, and I don't see anything in this of why it shouldn't be supported by this council today, and we encourage all councillors to support the officer recommendation of approval.
Okay, councillors, debate is closed. I'll put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Sorry? Division?
Mayor Tait, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hammel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Young, Councillor Martin, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall.
Motion carried. Councillor, any other items you want to deal separately? We'll deal it after lunch. What do you think? Half an hour, 40 minutes? 40 minutes? Okay, so we'll come back at 12:40. Right. Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to pull out 6.9 if I could and speak to it and offer a change recommendation if you'd accept that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is in regards to the Oxenford investigation area. We had a robust conversation at committee and our planning chair, Councillor Hammel, kindly suggested that a meeting occur prior to today's council meeting to discuss the new information that was in the report, particularly around the transport and traffic infrastructure and the stormwater infrastructure. And I would also like to thank both Councillor Hammel and Councillor Young for their leadership in this matter. So the meeting did take place, and while I don't have any additional questions, I would like to put up a change recommendation for Council to consider, and pending your acceptance, I'll speak on the matter if I may. So I just get that up.
All right, let councillors have a... Has anyone haven't read that? You want to have a read it first? If you could leave it on the screen. So you added 3.
Mr. Mayor, what we did was we added the 3, so everything in red, so taking out that line in number 2 and then adding the number 3.
All right. Do I have a
Happy
seconder?
to support that, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young.
Yep.
All right. You'd like to speak on it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I extend my gratitude to the city officers for their diligent work on the Oxenford investigation area. I also acknowledge the Oxenford residents and their families for the invaluable engagement and input over the years, and since I became their elected representative in March this year. It's really encouraging that more than half of our community in Oxenford, our impacted residents, do support the Oxenford investigation area proceeding and the preferred concept plan being Riversdale Precinct A. However, concerns were rightly raised throughout the process about the necessary infrastructure upgrades to support the proposed density uplift, particularly around the traffic and the transport and stormwater upgrades. In this report, city officers have presented the traffic and transport assessment and infrastructure modelling for the first time. And what was interesting in this report was there was a significant amount of the proposed intersection and road upgrades on the state-controlled network. Yet there has been very limited engagement with the Department of Transport and Main Roads on this concept plan and if the required upgrades are feasible or achievable within the time frame. The report brought forward a lot of new information regarding the required stormwater and traffic infrastructure, yet we haven't really considered the cost of this infrastructure or whether the state government endorses the plan and has a desire to deliver it. I am very mindful that residents are looking for a thorough assessment, and as their elected representative, I feel it is our duty to ensure this investigation area stacks up. Therefore, Mr. Mayor, I suggest that before we endorse the Oxenford investigation area, Riversdale Precinct A to proceed to inclusion in the city plan, we first undertake a full cost analysis of the required infrastructure upgrades to understand the full extent of the financial impact on ratepayers. I would like to see infrastructure-led planning so we don't end up with a future density that the network simply can't cope with. I look forward to continuing this discussion with all relevant stakeholders to ensure a well-balanced and sustainable future for the Oxenford community.
Councillor Gates.
Just a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Fowler. In point 2, it actually endorses the investigation area. Was that your intention?
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you. Yes, so what we've done, and this is in consultation with Councillor Hammel and Councillor Young as well, is that we're not stopping the timeline in terms of the Oxenford investigation area proceeding at this stage. What we would like to do is add an extra stage in the process that in the next 6 months we get a report back to Council that actually goes through the detailed costing of the infrastructure modelling and more information in regards to the state's desire in terms of budgeting, but also their desire to deliver some of that infrastructure. You know, they do have other priorities like the Coomera Connector, which is a concern in terms of reaching those timeframes. So while today we're not saying that we don't proceed, we're just asking for that extra stop and that extra report to come back to Council for consideration.
Okay. No one speak against the motion? Councillor Patterson.
I've just got a following on question, Mr. Mayor. Given that question and looking at, it does say that it's endorsed, and I'm wondering what is the impact of that? given we're saying it's endorsed, but we want you to do that. And from understanding the intent, if I understand the intent of Councillor Fowler correctly, I wonder if it would make more sense to say that it's noted and then that the report comes.
Councillor Fowler?
Thank you. I'm happy with that change, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay. Speaking for? Yeah. I just check again. Anyone speaking against? Goes to Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I want to congratulate Councillor Fowler for this bold move. It's obviously disappointing for the local residents who have been on a pathway for perhaps 6 or 7 years now, leading to this point where their beliefs were that the investigation area was going to proceed and that the gates would open and development would be possible. As is clear, there's some very significant infrastructure constraints for us, whether it be stormwater. I think the shortfall in identified stormwater provision is about $120 million. And I think that the traffic study was only confined pretty much to the investigation area itself and not the linkages to significant main roads, including the motorway at exit 57. So I think Councillor Fowler's taken the right approach. As was mentioned, we've had the assistance of Councillor Hammel, and we're grateful for that. I should say both Councillor Fowler and I live within Oxenford, but not within the investigation area where our properties are not impacted. But we know the area, we know the kind of restrictions and congestion that exist in the current network, in particular with the transport, and I think we're loath to create an opportunity for there to be more loading up of that congestion without proper and adequate provisions. So the motion before us gives us an opportunity to properly understand what those future provisions will be and how the costing for them, and then we can look to how we might recover that money into the long term. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Speaking against, Councillor Fowler, close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Like already mentioned, while it's encouraging to see resident support for the Oxenford investigation area and Riversdale Precinct Day, significant concerns do remain about the necessary infrastructure upgrades. The cost for these upgrades are still largely unknown and state government engagement is insufficient at this time. As the representative for Oxenford, I believe we must conduct a detailed cost analysis to understand the financial impact on our ratepayers before moving forward, and I urge councillors to please support this change recommendation today.
Okay, councillor, the debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. And next item. Yep, go ahead, please. Thank you. Councillor Gates.
Thank you. It's just a minor item, Mr Mayor, which I've already given to
What
the
number?
Minutes
I can't see.
Secretary.
And the number is?
6 point... Oh, no, we've done this, haven't we? I don't think there's anything more to do. I did it for the council minutes. It's fine.
Okay. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to pull out and move agenda item 611 regarding the Parkwood investigation area.
611. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll keep my comments brief, but I felt it was important to bring this matter to attention today.
Mr Mayor, I'll second that.
Oh, thank
Are you moving it?
Sorry, I'd like to move it, pull it out and move it, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Second there, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Tozer. I'll keep my comments brief, but I felt it was important to bring this matter to attention today. Since 2016, as part of the city plan, 17 investigation areas were identified to address the needs of our growing city. Amongst these was the Parkwood investigation area. Since 2017, the city has undertaken comprehensive technical assessments and engaged extensively with landowners, initially considering the entire existing Parkwood rural residential zone for potential development. However, after careful consideration factors such as impacts on koala population, steep topography and infrastructure delivery challenges led to the determination that only properties along Napa Road, basically extending from Woodlands Way to Uplands Drive, are suitable for future residential opportunities. The remaining area will continue to be preserved as rural residential zone. This decision aligns with our long-term planning objectives, aiming to address housing shortages and meet the dwelling supply targets set by the state government as outlined in key strategic documents like Shaping South East Queensland 2023. While this change is not immediate and won't happen overnight, it represents a thoughtful and strategic step forward, providing additional homes for Gold Coasters. Importantly, this initiative is part of a broader citywide effort to accommodate growth sustainably across multiple suburbs. Unlike reactive planning mechanisms, such as temporary local planning instruments, which have sometimes resulted in unsuitable outcomes, like the now repealed Arundel Hills Country Club proposal, the Parkwood investigation area has approached this with diligence and foresight. This process ensures that developments are not only measured, but also mindful of community needs and environmental sensitivities. Given the smooth passage of this matter through committee, perhaps other councillors may share a similar perspective regarding the Parkwood investigation area. However, I wanted to formally place on record my support for the Parkwood investigation area preference concept plan and inclusion in the forthcoming new planning scheme. Finally, thanks to those in my community who have engaged with me about this, and I want to assure my community that I remain committed to advocating for additional upgrades, particularly to our local roads, to ensure that growth in our area is matched with necessary infrastructure improvements. Development cannot occur in isolation. It must be accompanied by thoughtful, complementary measures to sustain our community's quality of life. Thank you.
Okay, speaking against the motion, Councillor Wilson, you need to close further. No, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Investigation areas are the theme of the day, it seems, and I'd like to draw your attention to item 6.8, and I'll move the committee recommendation, please.
Moved. Okay. Seconder, Councillor Gates.
Thank you. And just speaking off the cuff and briefly, there's two investigation areas within Division 5 that have reached this same point, Mr Mayor. Gaven North is sandwiched between the Pacific Motorway and the significant suburb of Pacific Pines. It's an old park residential estate, and it enjoys a lot of noise from the motorway, and it has steep topography, and we've progressed an investigation area studies there diligently and in good faith with the community, with the objective being to see if we can identify some potential increase in yield given the change in circumstances. The studies to date clearly indicate a limited opportunity to increase yield. Bushfire is a significant issue there, as is topography. And ultimately, if we were to deliver further outcomes from this investigation area, the delivery of infrastructure would be particularly difficult because you're relying upon all of the properties to commit to that rather than this property owner wanting to do something and this one not, and then how do you get the sewage pipes across and all that sort of jazz. So the decision has been made at committee that we hold on this, that we use all of the information that's been gathered through the investigations to date, whether it be bushfire hazard or environmental or pathways and transport networks, and use that information to inform our other strategies that are in place now and possibly get some results beneficial from those studies. So disappointing for the community, but the idea is to put this on hold. The information gathered will inform the local growth management strategy that's being progressed for the entire city. So the work is not lost, it's just there's a pause on this particular study. Thanks, Mr. I'm happy to recommend the committee recommendation to you.
Anyone speak against the motion? I'll put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Any other items to be separately, Councillor Peter Young?
Even more briefly, item 6.10, Mr Mayor, I'll move the committee recommendation.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you. This deals with the Highland Park investigation area, an even more constrained area to the north of Nerang and south of Nerang. And it's an area where there's a lot of environmental constraints. The opportunity to increase and densify is very restricted. The work that's been gathered, the information that's been gathered will inform our existing strategies and it will inform the local growth management strategy. But the objective at this point is to put the investigation area studies on hold. Thank you, Mr.
Anyone speak against? Councillor Peter Young, I'll put it to the vote, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, I'm sorry, I confused myself earlier. I just had to be sure that in regard to item 6.3 and 6.4, my declarations are noted in the council minutes. So I have provided the minute secretary with the wording for both of those items. I suppose we need to deal with them separately, so I've made my declarations, and if we can get a mover and a seconder for each of those items, my declaration will appear in the council minutes as required. General Counsel has recommended that that occur.
Okay, move Councillor Patterson.
6.3, Mr Mayor.
6.3, seconder Councillor Peter Young. We'll go to the vote or what?
Well, now it's open. I will speak to it because this is a delightful new development for Southport CBD. It did receive unanimous support at committee. It is testing, I suppose, the outer limits of our city plan, but only for a small fraction of that land. We know that it's going to invigorate the north end of the CBD, and I thank the applicants for their efforts.
Right, anyone to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. Councillor Gates.
And Mr Mayor, if you could just note that I voted in the positive.
Could you note that Councillor Gates voted in the positive?
Thank you.
What's the next one you want?
6.4, happy to move it.
Councillor Gates moves 6.4, and there's a declaration on the screen. Everyone, viewers, have a good look. Okay. Seconder? Councillor Tozer. Councillor Gates. You spoke enough? Okay. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. Any other items to deal separately? Councillor Hammel.
Don't even know if there's any items left, Mr Mayor, but if there is, I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second, Councillor Doran. I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. Thank you, Director. Councillors, we now move to 11.2, Governance, Administration, Finance. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 8:50 Governance, Administration and Finance Committee meeting held on Tuesday 19th of November 2024, covered by recommendations 1 to 13, be received.
Second, Councillor Martin. What items would you like, councillors, to be drawn out? Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the committee recommendation for item 6.8, which deals with light vehicles for community organisations.
6.8, you moving that?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Second, Councillor Patterson. Would you like to speak on that?
First of all, I'd just like to recognise the great work by the Manager of Fleet Strategy, who's prepared this report and the recommendations for us. And I'd also like to note the intent attention to this by the committee and resolving a very appropriate distribution of vehicles to worthy community groups across the city. A great initiative. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry unanimous. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move 6.3 with a change to the recommendation.
Okay, 6.3 we go. The change recommendations in red, am I right?
That's not your one, is it?
No, that's not it, sorry. Sorry, I thought I'll give this to you. Mr Mayor, I'll start and then speak to the change in the recommendation.
Okay.
If that suits.
I'll do. Is there a seconder? Councillor Martin.
Or would you like me to wait till it's up on the screen?
No, start explaining.
Okay.
What?
So this item relates to our risk appetite for the city. And the goal of risk appetite is to create clear statements, expectations and guardrails to influence consistent decision making. For large organisations, such as ours, risk appetite is set per risk category. We've got legal and compliance, environment, financial management, many different areas. And each risk category has a risk appetite to guide where compromises will and won't be made in the pursuit of our objectives. This drives appropriate organisational governance to ensure our resources, priorities and risk management efforts align to the risk appetite for the organisation. It is also a key influence on organisational culture by creating a consistent and accepted approach to guide risk-taking. Staff can make decisions that align to the expectations of the Council. I commend the team, Paul Callender's team, and certainly Richie, for the significant work that has been done to date to get us to this stage. This is the first formalised risk appetite approach that the city has seen, and we will see it influence the documents that come to us. Every time that is something's presented, it will be done through the language and lens of risk appetite that we as a council align on. With regard to the recommendation today, there was, as was emailed to all councillors yesterday afternoon, one change regarding a category where where I'm recommending that we move to a balanced approach for financial management. There was much consideration about the conservative financial management, where there were concerns about our accounting treatment being conservative, and we wanted to make sure of. But by having that language of conservative, we didn't want to dictate that that didn't mean that we weren't taking a balanced approach to our leverage ratios and the like. So by going to a balanced approach to financial management, we are allowing ourselves to be more aligned with the risk framework presented by the state government, State Department of Local Government, and also by QTC. I'll leave it at that for the moment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Anyone speak against? Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the levels and the policy levers that were arrived upon were from two workshops with all councillors. Most councillors that could be in attendance, Mr. Mayor, and there was a number of considerations given to the settings that are contained within the original recommendation. And I think probably the part of the workshop that relates to Councillor Patterson's desire to change financial management from conservative back to balance was done in concert, Mr. Mayor, with consideration given to the investment and economic development setting, as well as the partnership setting, Mr. Mayor. And I think that's an important element to this. So they were both moved out to opportunistic. One was already opportunistic, Mr. Mayor. That's the investment and economic development setting. But we moved out partnerships from balanced to opportunistic. And there are a number of large-scale projects that are either at conception stage, Mr. Mayor, or as with the ARC well advanced, where there may be that desire to pull that lever. This financial management conservative setting, which was part of the outcome from the policy, gave some councillors, myself especially, comfort to explore those other levers within the risk management policy. I'm a person who wants to continue the great work that this council has done in the last 12 years, Mr. Mayor, repairing what you found when you came here. It is not lost on new councillors that we as a city have such great financial settings at the moment that we're able to explore some of these really exciting opportunities. And it's important that we continue to maintain a strong financial base as we explore these big items within the city. Giving us a conservative approach to our financial base does give me comfort to then explore the big things that we want to grow as a city. And I feel that if we move from financial management being conservative where its setting is at the moment, out to balance without then readjusting partnerships and investment and economic development back, I feel that we just run a little bit too fast in the next step. And I welcome the discussion about it, Mr. Mayor. My personal view is I think we should leave it in the setting that was derived from the workshop, and I'd urge councillors to also agree with that. Thank you.
Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question through you to Mr. Callender? Clearly, I would value his guidance in this one. I'm not quite sure where it's appropriate to land.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we discussed this with the council officers yesterday after talking both online in the workshop and certainly offline at the workshop. The recommendation being provided, we think, is the strongest way to deal with this matter. It's not similar to infrastructure, where we've had similar language where it's balanced and conservative. So in our opinion, we're recommending, for your endorsement of course, that this is the best approach for that item.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, I rise to speak for the motion. I think Councillor Patterson has made some really cogent, salient points about why we need to adjust our risk appetite. And it's important to remember as well, Mr. Mayor, that this is the first time we've gone down this idea of having a risk appetite. Whilst the financial performance of our council is on the public record, the last 12 years have been really strong, and I've been proud to be part of that with you, Mr. Mayor. There hasn't been a risk appetite setting ever created before. We are starting from analysing where we've been, and also we need to make sure we set our risk appetite to plan for the future that we hope for. And I think given the workshop that were undertaken by the former CFO not that long ago, earlier this year, addressing our ambitious capital program, where we want to deliver community centres and sporting fields and a number of great, phenomenal assets, and the recommendation that came along with that was that we may need to leverage more debt in order to deliver what we hope for. In fact, I think the model that the former CFO said was that we effectively have a $750,000 house with a $75,000 mortgage. That's kind of the model around about that we are. And frankly, that underplays the assets that we have in order to deliver what community expects. We need to be doing better than that. And so if we are considering ourselves conservative now, I think the only way forward for us in order to achieve the ambitious goals we have is to set our risk appetite setting to balance so we can actually deliver more than what we have in the past. I think that'll be a wonderful legacy of the last 12 years, Mr. Mayor, and it's been great to serve with you during that time and be a part of the Special Budget Committee and do that. What I would say, Mr. Mayor, is also I think whilst I wasn't able to make the risk appetite workshop because I was travelling, I was in the US at the time, I have three other items that I think we need to air, and I'd like to discuss them. Just as Chair, I want to move an amendment, but I don't know whether I'm better to move the amendment for all three at once or whether you prefer I dealt with each of those categories one by one, and I'm happy to take your lead on that, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so you're going to move an amended motion?
So to give you some substance, Mr. Mayor, the amendments that I'm hoping to is discuss the legal and compliance category, the reputation category, and the natural environment category. I'm suggesting some changes to each of those categories. I can do it in one go and talk to all three, or I can do it one by one and we can discuss one by one as a council if you're happy with it. But I'm happy to do it whichever way you like.
What we'll do is you're going to be moving the amended motion.
Again, what I'm asking is if you want me to move an amendment, I can move an amendment. I can do it one at a time, or I can do it
do all
three in one go.
Do all three so we can
speak to them directly.
Yeah, but what I'll do is I won't take a seconder, so we can keep it fluid. Once we land, then we'll call a seconder, and then off we go from.
Of course. So
okay.
My amendment.
So what I say is move the amendment you like.
Yep.
And we'll treat your speaking point as explanation.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, then I'll move an amendment that adds a C, D, and E from the words that I've previously provided. I suppose I'll just continue before we get onto C, D, and E, just to say that I think the suggestions that Councillor Patterson has made in relation to financial management are really strong.
Yeah, and the minute take has got all the C, D, and E.
I'm sorry?
It's all there? Okay.
Yeah, the Chamber Support Team have the C, D,
okay,
and E.
good.
Yes. So, Mr. Mayor, if you're comfortable with me explaining my position without a seconder. Mr Mayor, legal and compliance is an important category for us, and it is a very rare week or month that we're not in the Planning and Environment Court. And it's my view that, look, we are far from conservative in the way we engage in legal matters. We regularly defend community perspectives that are occasionally inconsistent with the city plan and or the state government ideals. We also don't pursue every development compliance matter through the courts on the basis that we exercise balance in our judgment. We don't force ourselves to court every time someone does something wrong. And I think that's the conservative position. The balanced position is to exercise discretion when we take people to court on development compliance matters. There's obviously lots of other legal matters that come past council. Sometimes it's about, sometimes legal matters relating to property acquisition or compulsory acquisition of properties, or maybe legal action that is taken against council from time to time, which is obviously very rare, but sometimes it happens. But to me, the Planning and Environment Court and Development Compliance are two of the ones that are most prominent for us. And I think it's actually quite silly to suggest that we're conservative in those areas because of the way we exercise our judgment carefully and cautiously based on the personal circumstances of sometimes the applicant or the subject of the complaint. I think we actually need to say that we're balanced because that's really our practice. We aren't actually conservative when it comes to legal. We are balanced. The second one is reputation. And I almost provide this a little bit tongue-in-cheek, Mr Mayor, because the mission statement that sits on the wall in my office and is on all the TV screens that we play in our community centres says that we're inspired by lifestyle and driven by opportunity. It is the marquee statement that we have about our city. We're not driven by balance, Mr Mayor. We're driven by opportunity. And I also reflect on, any economic-related activity that I see you speak at, Mr Mayor, you constantly reflect on this idea of a have-a-go spirit and this entrepreneurism. Frankly, I think that forms, that spokesmanship that you convey, that forms our reputation, Mr Mayor. And frankly, I think we are opportunistic when it comes to reputation. The final is the natural environment category. And the reason I think we can't possibly be conservative in there is because we're just about to embark, in fact, later in this meeting, on a nature-based tourism project, a set of projects. And whilst that item is confidential and I can't go into all the detail, there is inherent in every one of those projects a sense of activating some of our open spaces in our environmental spaces for people to move into. It's not a conservative position. Frankly, it is entirely balanced, if not opportunistic. But I think balance is much more sensible. If we're bullish and excited and aspirational about our nature-based tourism objectives, we have to set our setting at balance and not conservative. Because if we're truly conservative, we can't actually proceed with that project. And I think that would be a shame, because, Mr Mayor, later in this meeting, I'll be speaking so strongly for that nature-based tourism project, and I'd hate to think that our risk appetite undermines any success that might hope for. That's the substance of my proposed change.
Do I have a seconder for that, councillors?
Wow. Oh.
Councillor Taylor, all right, you're locked in. You want to speak on it?
Mr Mayor, I feel like my opening statements were pretty clear, but I honestly, I think it's an important dialogue for us. This is the first time we've had a risk appetite. It'd be great to hear some of our colleagues' views on it, Mr Mayor.
Speaking against? Question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Tozer. I suppose I'm looking at the legal and compliance element, and I can see the merit in the context of litigation, but I suppose I was concerned about moving from conservative to balance, especially in that compliance element, where we may not be as conservative. So I guess through you or to city officers, I suppose with us moving from conservative to balanced, how would that change our reporting or compliance, deliverables?
Mr CEO?
Well, I'd make a couple of quick points, if I may, through you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, when considering a label like this across a broad area, you have to take the broad approach. So you take it in the context of legal and compliance together, not just one or the other. The second thing I would say in practice is that, far be it for me to say, but I think, as the councillors described, we do take a balanced approach in legal and compliance. Obviously, where we know that we will not act in a way and knowingly and willingly to break the law. We will not act in a way to knowingly or willingly be non-compliant. But we do take a balanced approach, and that approach happens a lot through planning, and it happens through other areas as well, where we take a balanced view and we put our best foot forward. So I think in practical terms, councillor, there would be very little change to the general operations of the city if we changed that to balanced.
All right. Councillor Hammel.
Mr. Mayor, I intend to foreshadow the original committee recommendation. So if you're happy to receive that now, and then would seek to speak against this motion when the opportunity arises.
Okay, we'll record as a foreshadow of the committee recommendation. All right. We don't need a seconder for that, so we sit back and relax. Right. Where are we up to? Is it for the motion? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. And I did sit and think about it during the committee debate. We did talk about where this should actually land. And I think the number one thing we did discuss is we do have this matrix now moving forward. And obviously each decision will be independent of what these ratings are. So, but I think during that meeting, the committee meeting, I found we were very conservative, and I was very happy to support a starting point. But taking consideration what Councillor Tozer has said, we are a city that's in a very strong position at the moment financially. We have got some strong opportunities moving up. I think from COVID, the city has experienced a lot more opportunities, and I think we need to be in a position that we take our opportunities and chances. If we go through each of them, and I'll get them to come back down to the changes if I can, because I'd like to talk to each of them. Yep. The balance sheet is really important for us. We just spoke about that being a strong balance sheet, and I think we can be more opportunity and balanced in that position moving forward. I think over a long period of time, we have always had a concern with our balance sheet, and we've always had a strong cash flow position, and with the opportunity moving forward, I think this is an opportunity to move forward. Legal compliance change to balanced. Again, I think it's an opportunity that we do become more balanced legally. In many cases, we have an opportunity to challenge against positions, and a lot of times we take a very conservative position. This allows us to hopefully in the future have a balanced view in that perspective. Reputation, optimistic. As a city, we have really got an opportunity now to be optimistic with our balance sheet, with our position of a city. We are known around Australia, and we're becoming known around the world, and now's the opportunity to take that opportunity. Environmental. Look, we're embarking on a new opportunity for our city, and I think by bringing it back to balance, it just really gives us the ability to really encourage and support that, depending on how the council views a lot of these nature-based opportunities. But I believe as a city, it's something that we can really have an opportunity to expand in the future. So again, I want to really reinforce this particular categorisation is going to be really, really strong for the city. And during the committee meeting, we did talk about we can be flexible and review these as we move forward. I'm sure as we go through the year and we see where the balance sheet lands or where the opportunities are, we can always tweak these ratings. But I think I'm very comfortable with the proposal that's up there at the moment, and look forward to get support from the floor.
Speaking against the amended motion, Councillor Hammel.
Mr. Mayor, so while I appreciate that Councillor Tozer couldn't be at the workshop, and I don't think Councillor Taylor could be at the workshop either, the majority of councillors were, and honestly, it was probably one of the best workshops I've been to since being elected. It was incredibly well facilitated. The dialogue between councillors and how we deep dived into this very new idea for the city, it was a really good workshop, and I think it's a big loss that those councillors couldn't be there, because I think if they would have heard some of the conversation that went on, they might understand why we'd got to this position as this had been what had been put forward. So not only has it been through a very intensive and well-facilitated workshop, it's also been through Audit and Risk Committee. This has been something that our Audit and Risk Committee with our external members has been seeking for a long time, a lot of years. I was at the last Audit and Risk Committee where the matrix as it sits in the committee report was presented, and there was unanimous support from external Audit and Risk Committee members to support how that was there. They didn't go pull anything out and say there was anything needed right now. And can I make the point, officers also didn't suggest at that meeting that there was any changes needed. Mr Mayor, it then came to committee, so went through the workshop, went through Audit and Risk Committee, has been through ELT again one or two times in there as well. Then came back to GAF Committee. There was more debate at committee and we endorsed it as it appears in the papers today. While I very much appreciate Councillor Patterson and Councillor Tozer's thoughts on moving some of those, I think we've been through a really good process that has set this table as it sits here today. While I appreciate Mr Callender's comments that this is the change that's in Councillor Patterson's as recommended, I think it's too late to be making that the day before council. That should have been in there some weeks ago. The final point I want to make on this is that this is just setting it for today. This isn't setting it forever. This is just setting it for today. This is a brand new thing for the city. It's a brand new thing for the organisation. It will have a big impact on how reports are presented and written in the future. I personally think it would be easier to move up in categories in the future, to go from conservative to balanced down the track instead of trying to come backwards. So I would recommend to councillors and encourage councillors to not support the amended motion and to revert back to the original committee recommendation when we get to my foreshadowed motion.
Okay. To close, Councillor Patterson? Oh, what do you want to speak against? Okay, go ahead. Then I'll come back to you. But I'll let you close. Yeah, but you're the original mover, aren't you?
She hasn't spoken in this debate for the amendment, Mr Mayor. Councillor Patterson is entitled to speak if you allow for it. Yeah. She's speaking for the motion. It's not currently her motion. She gets to close debate as well.
Yeah, but we're speaking against first, aren't we?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
We're for, right?
Councillor Hammel just spoke against.
You want to speak?
I wanted to speak against. Sorry.
No, so Councillor Patterson, you go.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to make it clear that with the three motions that we have up here today, I will be supporting every single one of them. And the reason for that is there has been an extraordinary amount of work done to get to a stage where this city has, for the first time, a risk appetite which will engage every conversation, every report that comes to this council and will influence our decision making. My interest is to get to a position where we are aligned on risk profiling. I am completely okay with the committee's recommendation. I supported it at the time. I've learned more about our along the way. There's just material all the time. And with our current leverage ratio and looking at what is proposed or recommended by the QTC and also by local government, we are putting ourselves in a position where we really couldn't even consider ARC if we go for a leverage ratio which is noted in conservative. That hadn't been clear to me before because I was really focusing on the accounting treatment element rather than the debt levels of it. I also support Councillor Tozer's other comments, and I think they're well made, and I appreciate that he wasn't at the workshop and they were presented at committee. He didn't have support at that time, but I do think it's worth raising them again. I was at the Audit and Risk Committee meeting where the original proposal was presented, and what I can confirm is what the Audit and Risk Committee were delighted about was that there was a process, that it was real, we were all really truly engaged, and we are engaged here. They didn't make any comment on what our categories ended up at. For that was not the consequence, because for Audit and Risk Committee, they are interested in process. It is not their decision to make on where we should be or how we are concerned about elements. So I am happy to support this today. I think Councillor Tozer has brought in some other interesting points to it. And as I've said, I think there's a much bigger picture than just some minor, well, not minor, but by some changes to our categories now. I don't want to lose sight of the overall value of this work, and that's why I'm very happy to support each and every one of these motions. My final point is to make these are living documents. This is a living document, and the risk appetite will be reassessed on an annual basis and reviewed even more regularly than that. I want to thank again, the team for their work on this and creating it something that we've all really bought into and are fighting for in whichever way that lands. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Against the motion, Councillor Doran.
Can I see clarification first?
Clarification, Councillor Hammel.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Patterson made the comment that at setting of Conservative, ARC couldn't proceed. Can I ask where that's come from and for the CEO or Mr Callender or someone to confirm if that is the case?
Mr CEO, you want to have a crack?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Well, first thing I would say is that I think if you applied a strict risk interpretation, I think Councillor Patterson's right, but I would remind all councillors that this work is designed to be a guideline for decision-making, not a restriction on decision-making. So at the end of the day, it's a guideline. The guideline would be applied. And I think that's something worthwhile while I'm on my feet through you, Mr Mayor, making very clear that the risk appetite is designed to guide decision-making, not direct it. And at the end of the day, Council is absolutely within its rights to make decisions that would sit outside of or inside of the overall risk appetite. And finally, if I may, this is the first time I've done it. So it can run for 12 months. We'll come back and we'll have a look at it and we'll see if it is actually applying to the overall risk, overall decision-making that Council's making.
Councillor Patterson.
Further, for the clarification on that, our current leverage ratio sits at 1.9. I know that doesn't mean much in a vacuum here. The target presented to us as appropriate for a Tier 2 council, which is what we are, is 2 to 4, and for Brisbane City Council is 2 to 5. If we were to take on ARC with any level of debt, we would be over 2, and the CFO has confirmed we cannot be considering a leverage ratio over 2 to be, it's not conservative. So that's how that meets that measure. And to be with what the CEO said, we can overrule that in any council decision meeting. We could keep conservative and then go against our own risk appetite. We have complete capacity to do that. But that leverage ratio currently under conservative would preclude us from doing those things.
Okay. Councillor Doran, your turn.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I rise at the moment to speak to the changes that Councillor Tozer put forward for C and D, but I will just speak to that briefly to the ARC comment, is a story of the day, to say that that's a policy position that was set forward by the previous state government, written by the previous state government. We possibly have our own decisions to make with regards to our settings, Mr Mayor. With regards to legal and compliance being changed from conservative balance, I think, whilst I understand the points put forward by Councillor Tozer, legal and compliance should not have no grey area. It is all about de-risk and not opening yourself up to risk. I don't see that a city or this city should open itself up to risk with policy settings that give us any grey. It should be black and white with legal and compliance. And Mr Mayor, with regards to reputation being balanced, from balanced to opportunistic, I'll just read from the report very briefly. Opportunistic, and I paraphrase, it says, be willing to accept that there will be greater degree of volatility and uncertainty in the pursuit of higher rewards and benefits. Well, Mr Mayor, this council has endorsed Brand Gold Coast. This council has endorsed Invest Gold Coast, and this council has put a lot of effort before my time into setting up Experience Gold Coast, which is doing such a wonderful job promoting our city. It would be, I think, wrong to provide any risk to our reputation in the pursuit of what we are doing as a wider council to build it up. So I would urge councillors to vote for the foreshadowed motion and to consider those points on those two matters. Thank you.
Okay. For the motion, none. All right, then Councillor Patterson to close, specifically for your original.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As I mentioned, I am so delighted for the maturity of our organisation that we have reached a stage where we have got a risk appetite program, a comprehensive one that is set. Our Audit and Risk Committee confirmed that they are not aware of one of this level, with this level of rigour at any other local government in Queensland. So we're leading the way in terms of governance and enhancing decision making. I wasn't being cute before. I really will be absolutely delighted with any one of these motions being presented today because of the underlying intent of those risk appetites, and I'm well aware that the actual categories and where we end up is a moving model, and most importantly, because it's the importance of alignment and majority. So an alignment of views here, and we won't all get exactly what we want, likely, but it's about, well, what can we align with? So I leave by stating I'm delighted that we've got the risk appetite model, and I urge my fellow councillors to just go with whichever of these speaks to them, because any of them will work, and it's a starting point for a great new program and process for our city.
Okay. Well, yes. Well, councillors, got three wonderful motions there. We'll do one at a time. For me, I'm on the Conservative side that that we've started this wonderful risk management, and to get it right with the workshop and consideration, I'll be voting no on these two, not because they're bad ideas, just that I just want to move with the if opportunity exists for the shadow motion that's recommended by Councillor Hammel there, because we get that right, we can always understand a bit more about C, D and E and expand that more and then bring that back and add on to it. I think that's a conservative way of getting it right, instead of I'll have the pizza with the lot. Let's just get the right pizza and then we'll add on the other ingredients. The debate's closed. Councillors? Yeah, well, that's it. Here we go. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Don't have to cook then. So, here we're going. We're going to be voting on the amended motion. We're clear with A, B, C, D and E. All right, the lot. All in favour. Divisions call. All in favour. Show of hands.
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Tozer.
Against?
Mayor Tait, Councillor Young, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hammel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
The motion's lost, and the motion's gone, so we go back to the original motion proposed by Councillor Patterson. We all clear? All division again? All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Mayor Tait, Councillor Young, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hammel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Marshall.
The motion is lost. The shadow motion becomes moved by Councillor Hammel, and I'm happy to second it from the chair. Councillors, put the motion to you. Divisions call. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tait, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hammel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Tozer.
Carried, supermajority. Councillor, what other items do you want to deal separately? I'll go to Councillor Patterson.
That was 6.3.
Councillor Peter Young.
Sorry, I got a bit excited about the risk management stuff. I just wanted to move the committee recommendation on item, 16 point, no, that's wrong. Yes, that one. No. 7.3, Nerang Administration Precinct. Sorry.
Right. 7.3.
Move the committee recommendation.
Moved. Recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Peter Young, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to take this opportunity to address this matter in public. It's of vital importance to the Nerang community, both the business community and the residents of Nerang, because the edifice that we know as the old Albert Shire Council building has been there for decades, and it's meant a lot to the community in the sense that it's given a sense of gravitas to the community, and it's, originally was instrumental in influencing a lot of business activity in the town, and a lot of that's passed over time with the change in circumstances of council's business dealings and just general way the economy is run these days. And we don't have anything really exciting and sexy to present to the community like we do have for Miami, where we've determined that the depot is going to be replaced with a precinct that's very much about the arts and about movies and cinema, and that's very exciting. For Nerang, we just don't have that exciting thing to present. But I just wanted to reassure the public that we're going through this exercise very slowly, very deliberately. There are lots of moving parts that inform and influence our ultimate decision. At this point in time, we're leaving the gates pretty much wide open. The likely prospect for the site of the existing administration centre and the bicentennial is going to be housing, and that's not all bad. There can be some really great results with that. There's also an opening for us to incorporate the public, the community hub, whether that includes a evacuation centre, auditorium, council meeting, councillors' offices and council interface service facility. And at the same time, it may not include that council stuff. That may be elsewhere in the Nerang precinct, shall we say. So there's lots of exciting opportunities, but nothing firm. But what we've got here is a clear pathway to arrive at an ultimate decision. And I'm confident that the CEO is very mindful of the importance of this site to the future of Nerang, and it's an area that we can't just turn our backs on. We've got to be very cognizant of the impacts our facilities had there over the decades and the influence us moving out of the precinct will have. And I'd like to ask, if you don't mind, through you, Mr Mayor, that the CEO ensures that Invest Gold Coast engage with me as they progress their responsibility, as is identified in number 7 of the recommendation. I endorse the recommendation for your support, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Rightio, councillors, anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. We now go to lifestyle, environment, heritage, resilient. Councillor Tozer.
It's a long one, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 850th Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee meeting that was held on Thursday the 21st of November, covered by recommendations 1 to 8, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Marshall. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillors, any item you wish to deal separately? Councillor Hammel.
Mr Miss, 7.2, just to very briefly speak to it and acknowledge some officers.
7.2, we'll go there, yep.
I'll second that, Mr Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, it's not very often that we make an officer come to tears in the chamber. Luckily, it doesn't happen too often, but we actually managed a committee to bring Melinda to tears. They were tears of joy because this has been a monumental piece of work to get to this point, and it was tears of joy from not just her but her entire team. So I just wanted to take the opportunity today to recognise Melinda, the EGM, and the entire team that's behind this. It's just the next step in a journey, and there's lots more steps to go and lots more detail to get through. but just to see a group of officers with such passion for such an important thing for our community, I found very touching, and it just makes me want to get involved more into it and make sure that we keep pushing this forward in the right direction.
Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. Any other items you want to deal separately? Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of our committee be adopted.
Second to Councillor Marshall. All in favour, show of hands. Against, I assume that's a yes, Councillor Tozer.
Oh, I'd raised my hand. Sorry, Mr Mayor. I did put my hand up.
All right, then it's unanimous. We go to 11.4, Economic Tourism and Events. Councillor Castro.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move the minutes of the 850th Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting held on Thursday, 21st of November 2024, covered by recommendations 1 to 5 be received. So I didn't mean the 850th, I meant the minutes of, the one
Second,
numbered 850, Yes.
Second to Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Hammel.
Mr Mayor, item 6.1 for a change recommendation.
6.1.
Mr Mayor, I believe my proposed change recommendation is with the Minute Secretary, and I'll wait for it to come onto the screen before seeking a seconder and then talking to it.
All right. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Can you make it bigger, please?
Just a little bit.
There you go.
Mr Mayor, I'm going to keep my opening on this very short. So I couldn't be at committee, but I've taken the opportunity to re-watch the committee tape. I've also taken the opportunity to talk to a lot of councillors about what was discussed at committee and what their concerns were. What I have attempted to do today is I hope bring together a change recommendation that wraps up most of those concerns and sets out a clear path forward if this project proceeds of what the steps are. It's quite a lengthy change recommendation, so I'll give a moment for councillors to read through it, and I'll leave my opening at that for now, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
Mr Mayor, with your, as a general rule, we'll print hard copies if it goes over 2 pages from now on. It's a bit hard to read on the screen.
Yeah, as a general rule, would like it printed. Can you print it?
Yeah,
good.
Some copies printed.
Is there any chance of a quick adjournment for toilet break?
Let's. How long do you need?
5 minutes would be maximum.
Okay. Let's. How about any objection to that? 5 minutes, any good? Okay, let's do it.
Okay, we'll get some copies put on. Off.
Mr Mayor, I believe
Screen's on.
I've opened debate and all councillors now got a hard copy so they can see the entire motion in one hit.
All right, and you've moved the motion.
I have.
And seconder, Councillor Gage, wasn't it? Okay. Councillor Hammel, do you want to speak on your motion, or anyone got a question? Yes. Okay, Councillor Tozer.
Question through you to Mr McAllister. How much funds are available in cost centre 3080011?
Thanks for the question. I'll throw to. Sorry. Thanks for the question. I'll throw to Darren Stewart to confirm the current balance of that budget code.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the Chair, it's $500,000.
And Mr Mayor, just a follow-up question that relates specifically to that. Is it suggested that by adopting this resolution, that is the only fund that will be available to advance our interests?
Mr CEO?
Yes, it is. And I just want to reinforce the point that the city will not spend money on anything for which it isn't budgeted for. So if what's proposed, as I understand it in the amended motion, is that the city will only conduct work as listed above, will only do it with the funds available, and if in the event additional funds were available or additional work that's not covered above was available, would be required to come back into the chamber and get approval from this council.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 2B refers to Jabree as the registered Aboriginal cultural heritage body for a significant portion of the project area. My understanding is Jabree is maybe the spokesperson of a registered Aboriginal cultural heritage body, and I would love some clarity through you to the officers about whether that 2B is actually an accurate statement.
Mr. Either you or Nikki.
Yeah, I can go, and or the director.
Oh, okay.
So the first thing I would do is direct members of the public and councillors to the advice which has been made publicly available in relation to this matter around the city's conduct in relation to consultation with First Nation groups for the purposes of native title. Yes, it is true that there is debate in the community, in the First Nations community at the moment. That has been put to us. We took the opportunity when that was put to us around who the correct party to consult is. We took the opportunity to get external legal advice. We made that legal, and then we made that legal advice available for the public to see. Basically, what that says is that the processes and practices that we're undertaking at the moment are consistent with the relevant legislation. But I do think it is worthwhile, if I may, through you, Mr Mayor, asking the director to make a comment on this as well, please.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So Jabree Limited is the registered Aboriginal cultural heritage body acting on behalf of the former registered claimant in the Gold Coast Native Title Group in the Native Title Determination application, to the extent that the statutory Aboriginal cultural heritage database and register identifies that party as the Aboriginal party for the project area. We are required to consult with both the Gold Coast Native Title Group as well as Dangan in this case.
Just to clarify, the statement in 2B that they are the registered, is it A or the? Is there more than? My understanding is there's more than one.
They are the registered Aboriginal cultural heritage body acting on behalf of the claimant Gold Coast Native Title Group.
Could you characterise Dangan Ballin's role? Could you give a similar statement to Dangan Ballin so I understand the difference between the two?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Dangan Ballin is the applicant, the Native Title Party and the Aboriginal Party for the proposed project contained within the external boundary of the Dangan Ballin claim under the Native Title Act 1993 and the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act 2003. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, with that in mind, sorry.
I do think this is important. So, firstly, it is very important that we get this right about who the right group is, and I think you've heard that answer. Secondly, council administration, as guided by this room, have been very clear that we are willing and able, and we want to consult with as many First Nations groups who have an interest, whether that be a legislative native title of interest or not. So we intend to continue to consult as broadly as we possibly can with as many First Nations and Aboriginal groups who want to be consulted with.
I understand that. Mr Mayor, the reason I ask the questions is because the resolutions of council are often relied upon by the public and entities we engage with to establish their own credibility and their engagement with us. And I'm conscious that 2A and 2B seem to be worded a little differently. And I think because those two entities, we have legislative obligations for both of those entities, it would be probably prudent for us to ensure that we identify them and the relationship they have with us. We should do that similarly. I'm not sure what the words might be. The other thing I would ask, or just ask a question about, is 2A appears to have been drafted prior to this letter dated today, where it is stated that the Dangan Ballan applicant, and this is a letter from Ricardo Martinez, who is the solicitor on the record for the applicant. I won't read the whole thing, but it says, given the existing and meaningful relationship which the Dangan Ballan applicant and City of Gold Coast has developed, the Dangan Ballan applicant seek further information on the project, particularly the proposed alignment. So that seems that those words seem inconsistent with 2A.
Respectfully, Councillor, I would argue the opposite. I think the letter reflects the feedback that we have received, and which up until now hasn't been quite as specific as this, which is that we as a city administration need to be able to provide more detail around the proposal in order for the relevant Aboriginal group to give an appropriate determination. Put differently, the feedback I got when I met with them very plainly was, you need to give us detail about this proposal so that we can give you a detailed response, not sort of come to them with a vague concept of a cableway, but at least be able to give them, as they've indicated in the letter that I'm looking at now, some detail around alignment, placing, and that makes absolute sense to me, and it does to senior officers here in the room, that, you know, we need to be able to flesh this project out enough so that they can give us a full response, and that's reflected both there and in the letter.
So my request isn't to argue with you about what Dangan Ballan said or didn't. That's not what Mr Mayor wasn't trying to bring the CEO's engagement with the applicant into any sort of disrepute. I think as a council we should use the words that have been written to us when we describe their position, if we're going to go ahead with this motion. So at the moment the 2A says, I don't know when it was provided. This morning I got a letter from a proponent for a cableway that was sent to the offices on the 28th of November, and I only just got it today. So,
so how could you? You're saying I just want to get it right. You're saying we should have reflected that in Councillor Hammel's motion.
No, you asked for questions, and I was asking for the motions on the table. And my suggestion or my question is: there anything stopping us from using that word in 2A to make sure it's more accurate? I'm not trying to make difficulty. I just want to make sure if council is resolving something that is actually the words of the applicant. Maybe the words could say.
We can do that, subject to the mover being happy about it.
Yeah. So you asked for questions, and that's my question. Can we just use the words there? And it sounds like we might be able to. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
How about we do this? Can you amend it? Us do that, and then Councillor Hammel can check and to see he's right with it.
Mr Mayor, could I just seek clarity? Where would that sentence be inserted?
I don't want to insert anything. I just think that 2A should reflect that letter we just got.
I've got a suggestion for you, Councillor, if you'd like.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, if I can see a suggestion, I'm happy to look at it then.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying seek further information on the project. Yeah, my suggestion of my words are that it says, the registered native title claimant Dangan Ballan 5 Rivers people seek further information on the project, particularly the proposed alignment.
That's what it said.
That's what they said. So I'm just saying yeah. Mr Mayor, my last question, or just to get it clear about the motion that's been proposed by Councillor Hammel, is Councillor Hammel's included reference to Kuranda and the First Nations people in the Kuranda Skyrail, and I'm just trying to ascertain why that is important to him and why that should matter.
When he speaks to the motion, he'll speak to that.
Okay.
Councillor Gates.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I just have a question through you to Mr Stewart, who gave the budget of $500,000. I was certain at committee that the available funds was made available and that we'd already spent $150,000 and that only $350,000 remains, which I don't have a problem with. It was the point of my debate that we should have all the information that's necessary before we make a decision. And the two issues that I raised and asked questions of Mr McAllister were, had we done sufficient consultation with the First Nations community? His answer was no, there was still a way to go. And had we identified the locations of specific cultural heritage that may have been of concern to the First Nations community? And no, we hadn't done that either. So my point in arguing as strongly as I did that we continue to pursue those two aspects was so that we can make a fully informed decision, because every decision of this council should be with the most possible information available to us to inform our decision making. So I'm pretty sure that the answer I got at committee was I made a note of the fact that we had spent $150,000 of that $500,000, but a budget of $350,000 remained.
Through the chair, Mr Mayor, the budget left over is $500,000 sitting with Invest Gold Coast. You are correct, Councillor, $150,000 was spent on the pre-feasibility a number of years ago, and we've kept carrying over the $500,000.
Oh, I'm sorry, I presumed when we'd spent 150 of a 500,000 allocation, there was 350 left. So apparently we adjusted the budget to make sure there was 500 still available. Thank you.
Mr Sear.
I just want to make a point about the second comment that the Deputy made, which was a good one about, do we know, are there any specifics, and excuse any offence to communities for using this word, but relics in the specific areas where the alignment would be. Having done this in other jurisdictions, this gets us into a really difficult situation, because you need to know the alignment to know whether or not there are specific Aboriginal or First Nations heritage, and you want to know where the heritage is before you work out the alignment. And so you kind of get stuck. What this proposed amendment is suggesting is that we do a piece of work sufficient enough to be able to work out what some of those alignments could be, so that we can do that determination. So the director was absolutely right in saying, no, we don't know, because we haven't done the work on defining what potential alignments could be, and you can see how we can get stuck in this loop. So that's what the intent is, to break that loop with the amendment that's been put in place.
Councillor O'Neill, just...
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, my question's probably through you to Councillor Hammel, and it's in the point 5B, that both parties, and that's the state government, if we have a memorandum of understanding, that both parties engage a strategic advisor to advise with the concept, to assist with the concept of design development to ensure it's fit for purpose and financially viable. I'm a little bit worried about the financially viable part, because a concept design development is one thing. Financially viable leads you more to a business case. And I mean, when further down it says that the council undertake no further work or expenditure other than stated above, if you're looking at a concept design and a development and a business case, that's a little bit different financially wise. So I just wonder whether financially viable should be actually included in there at this stage.
CEO.
Without wanting to speak for the councillor, again, drawing on experience from other jurisdictions, cableways are a special case, because the length of span you need, the length of distance you'll need for cable car, short versus long, topography of where you're putting it will significantly impact on the cost, and therefore the operating model, and therefore the return on investment required, literally down to ticket price. So what I think is proposed, and when working with the councillor, was that we would get some high-level advice around what a business model would look like, sort of build it bottom up and top down. So the first one is about saying, well, what's the market demand going to be for a price, looking at other cableways, including in the state of Queensland, and then based on that, work out what the likely topography will be and what the likely line route direction will be. So you can't just simply draw a line on a map and say that's where we think the cableway is going to go, because it might not be financially viable. You can't come up with a financially viable model without knowing what the length of and the complexity. The other thing is, and it might sound very simple, but as is actually having worked on one in a World Heritage, in a World Heritage area in a different jurisdiction, every bend you put in these cableways, for example, adds millions, tens of millions of dollars. So you need the high level. It's not a business case, but at least high level financial analysis in order to work out whether or not the project overall is going to be viable. And that's why it's been included.
Just another question, if you don't mind, Mr Mayor. Well, you're more talking like we're not going to go as far as a detailed concept. Thank you.
CEO's response.
Yeah, that's good.
Mr Mayor, so through you to Councillor O'Neill, I was actually pretty specific in that being in there because I definitely was not envisaging a business case, but I think if we're going to go down this path, a higher level of financial viability, because if the high level of financial viability says it's $1 billion project, it's not going to happen. I would see that if in coming up with a alignment and a higher level of financial viability saying that we might be within a parameter that might have a 100% contingency on it, if that says then go to a business case, that would be a step that has to come back to council for a new resolution. I made sure it was set that way because business case and financial viability, two very different things.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't know whether it's directed to the CEO or perhaps to Councillor Hammel in that respect. And again, noting what Councillor Gates said earlier about receiving information in a timely manner so that we can make decisions, I guess I'm appreciative for this particular recommendation being put before us because I think it does address a number of the concerns that I had initially had with this proposal or the recommendation that I believe was coming to committee today, including the constraints around costs. I think that's important. I think there's a lot more work to do with the Indigenous community, which again is then highlighted in this letter that we've only just received, with the note here saying seeking further information on the particular project, particularly the proposed alignment. I appreciate all that, and I think this is actually a lot better than what we had set out with from committee. I just wanted to touch on what Councillor Tozer had raised, though, with regards to the Kiali Sanctuary. Coming to the question, in this recommendation is that, I note the first point of the recommendation is that provide in-principle support for cableway in the Gold Coast hinterland. I note that we're talking very specific about Springbrook further down, but does this get captured somewhere for consideration as just part of the overall assessment of the Gold Coast hinterland? I just want to see if that is factored somewhere. Yeah, like that. Yep.
So, Mr Mayor, I can only speak to my proposed change recommendation, which very much considers the Springbrook cableway option. The other option that I became aware of for the first time this morning was definitely not a factor in my proposed recommendation.
Okay. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've got two quick questions, if you'll permit. The first one through
I'll ask them slowly because I'm tired.
Is to the through you to the CEO. Will the balance of the cost centre as outlined 308-0011, will that be where the funds are obtained for the strategic advisor? Will that come out of that pot of money?
Yes.
And Mr Mayor, this one might be a dumb question. I'm prepared to accept laughter if it is. It says in Councillor Hammel's proposal here that it notes that the region will require federal, state and local environmental approvals, and perhaps the director might help me out. I'm just after some clarity as to what involvement local approvals from an environmental perspective will have.
Mr CEO.
Thank you.
Councillor. So there is a hierarchy of approval in any development, particularly of this nature. Given that this proposal, or the proposal for Springbrook, is in a World Heritage area, it will immediately kick in EPBC approval, Commonwealth approval. It will actually also likely require approval from the World Heritage Committee in it as well. So that's actually, if you like, the level above. So then it goes down to EPBC. It will require state approval, state environmental approval, and then it will require local government approval. A DA will be lodged in effect, similar to any other building. But it cascades up. There are lots of different methods about how you do it. In some cases, I've seen local government come in first and get their DAs in. In other cases, more regularly, you start at EPBC and work your way back, because the EPBC Commonwealth approval has the most stringent requirements around it. So if you get your EPBC, you've done cultural, environment and environmental, and then you use that to flow down. But in brute reality, this is a built structure on land, which will require a DA to be lodged, and it will be required to go through the standard planning approvals just like anything else. That's the cascading. And there's a hierarchy, as I said, of approvals.
Councillor Doran.
Mr Mayor, thank the CEO for clarification. I just would ask through you whether Councillor Hammel considers the last line, whether that needs any amendments, because it does state state and local environmental approvals. And I think the environmental approvals apply to federal and state, but the approvals essentially, as you outline, are mostly development orientated. So, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Can I very quickly?
Yeah.
I guess I'm still a practitioner in this space, so I'd consider local government still having a role in environmental approval. Think about it this way, Councillor. Local government looks after local environmental impact, state government looks after state impact, and federal government looks after Australia national impact. And then in this case, where it has World Heritage significance, the World Heritage Council looks after that significance. So the DA process, although sometimes it might not feel like it, is actually an environmental approval in technical terms.
Councillor Hammel.
So, Mr Mayor, just while all this has been going on, the recommendation has had a lot of work happening to it, and I'm just wondering if we could halt for a second and I could get some clarity on what's coming into it for a stage. And is there any chance of changing the blue? Because I cannot actually read the blue. Yeah. Is there a... I don't mind if there needs to be two colours. I just can't read the blue on either screen. It's really difficult, even if it's darker blue, possibly.
Yeah. Have you got green there?
Yeah.
How's that?
Better than the blue. So, and Mr Mayor, while I've been following what's been added in, can I just see, I believe what we're doing is, we're not only reflecting the one sentence in the letter that we've received today, we're actually reflecting other parts of the opening paragraph as well, where they suggest themselves, because it aligns with their wording. They use native title party instead of native title applicant. So we're actually following their wording as well. Is that what's been added in?
Good point.
Yeah. Yeah, and so, Mr Mayor, while I'm happy enough to support what's in the letter being added in, I would just ask a question. Are we confident that, so they are the native title party and everything that's in there is correct before we add it into a motion?
Yeah, so through you. So what I propose we do, if you go back to the original concept, which was to simply change 2A in the red to reflect what's in the letter, which is the last sentence of the letter, which I had in front of me, but which basically talks about alignment and further details.
Okay.
I think the other is not necessary.
All right, that's cool. So we're back to where we started from before Hold the Blue started. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to check what is the next steps in terms of First Nations engagement and confirm that we won't be moving forward with the project until we do obtain approval from First Nations.
Okay.
I'm happy for that to be the CEO.
Okay, so what is proposed in the amendment is that only work conducted listed there will be undertaken until such time as we've got broader community and First Nations community approval. What we're proposing in terms of what that work is to do enough work to be able to flesh out a proposal that's good enough to be able to take to First Nations and the broader community and get their specific advice. Because if you refer to what First Nations have said, is that it's very hard for us to provide you with a definitive answer unless you actually tell us what it is you're proposing to do. Council got themselves into a bit of a bind last time. Last time around, it was do no further work until you get First Nations approval. First Nations communities have come to us by and large and said, well, until you give us more detail, we can't give you that approval. So what we're proposing is simply to do some more work on what this proposal should look like, working with the state government, and then take that to First Nations groups and get their feedback, and do nothing more until that's done.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to follow on through you to the CEO. So if we go down this stage and we do the concept designs and we go back to First Nations and do the engagement that is required, and we still haven't obtained approval from First Nations, what is the city's next step from there?
Well, that's a matter for this room. We will come back and tell you what the outcome of that process is, and ultimately it will be a decision for council where it proceeds next. But we will do no further work until we get that answer.
Thank you.
And present it back to here.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like so many different elements of this job, I feel like I need another degree to understand this element of legal rights here. My question is, when I received the letter which was sent to you, Mr. Mayor, and all the chairs on the 26th of November from Jabree, I was very interested in what they said, and it sounded compelling, but I don't have any legal sense of it. My question through you to the CEO, will there be a response to that letter, and is it something we can see so that we can understand more about the legal rights?
Sure. Councillor, yes, we are working on a response for Mr. Mayor. The response will be consistent with what's been said publicly, which is Jabree raised these concerns with the city. The city, acting, I think, very prudently, went and sought independent advice, and based on that advice, we were told that the processes that we have in place are consistent with the Act. But I'm more than happy, in direct response to the question you've asked, to provide you with a copy of the letter and provide a copy of that response. Well, sorry, I would be, but it'll be a letter from Mr. Mayor. So I'm sure Mr. Mayor will be happy to provide that to all councillors.
Okay, thank you.
Question, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to seek absolute clarity from my perspective on finance, seeking assurance from Mr. CEO that all of 5A and 5B, so the conceptual design, that's all going to be contained within the budget for the 500K?
Well, sorry, through you. What I'm saying is we're not going to do any further work than the money we've got, and if we need more money, we'll come back.
Thank you, follow-up. And Mr. Mayor, just really a question on the reference here around consultation of wider First Nations groups as opposed to traditional owners. And I did, reflecting on the email trail that was forwarded to me from the Queensland South Native Title Services, where they stated wider First Nations engagement is not traditional owner engagement. I think it's really important that any resolution here that is subject to First Nations support is probably not accurate. It needs to be traditional owners support, being the traditional owners of the site, not wider First Nations groups, is my understanding. So seeking clarity on that.
Mr. CEO?
I'll defer to my director in a moment, but I would say, I mean, your definition's right, they are two different things. I mean, it's a matter for council. Council comfortable with the support being from the traditional owner, official traditional owner group under native title only, or are they more interested or more willing to hear the views of other First Nations groups who may not be the nominated traditional owner under the Act? That's a question for council. The way it's written is the broader group, not the narrower group.
Councillor Martin.
So if I could just follow on from that, because I think it is relevant, because I even look at our city website on the Cableway page, which is related to the resolution, and that it actually says, if further resolved, that a community consultation strategy only be advanced if traditional owners' support has been obtained. So I think to be consistent, we need to still retain in that line.
Yep, so through you, Mr. Mayor, what the council is reading is the resolution, for which I said is quite problematic because it's got us to where we are, which is we can't do any further work until we get First Nations support. First Nations groups are saying do further work so we can decide whether we're going to give you support or not.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Just to make little additional complex. My understanding is that representatives of Dangan prefer the term traditional custodian rather than owner. So I think that makes sense. So I suggest we use that term.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll try to articulate this as best as I can. Given the new information that was Councillor Hammel alluded to it in relation to the other proposed project up north that's outside of Springbrook, how are we just? Can you just assist me, or maybe Mr. CEO can assist me in just understanding how we are to deal with, I guess, that in it? Is that completely separate, or is there something that even potentially Councillor Hammel might be just open to with a consideration for a change in what he's presented as maybe an option between 6 and 7 around whether the council notes another cableway project in the Gold Coast hinterland and considers this when assessing the Springbrook cableway is undertaken? I'm just mindful that there's this other one in the north that I don't understand enough about because we only got it this morning, and I'm just seeing how these two align. I know they're very separate areas. I'm just trying to seek some clarity on this, and I'm not sure who's best to answer.
Yeah, the best person is Councillor Hammel.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, I will not be amending my proposed motion to include any other proposals based on an email that came through this morning. If there is a different proposition, a different proponent with a different idea, that is a completely different matter to be dealt with through a different resolution of council.
Okay, Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It was mentioned by Councillor Patterson that there was an email. I beg your pardon. It was mentioned by Councillor Patterson there was an email sent to committee chairs on the 26th of October. Is that right? Is it restricted to committee chairs, or have we all received it?
Mr. CEO, different one?
Mr. Mayor, on the letter I received, it was to Luke Wallace, CC committee chairs. So I received it. I don't know who else received it.
Well, you can have it.
Could we arrange for that to be distributed to all? And I just wonder, Mr. Mayor, in regard to the motion, which is hard for me to read, I wonder if we should just remove all names of particular groups and just make reference to First Nations, recognise First Nations entities or something like that, because some are claiming to be parties, some are claiming to be claimants. It's a little bit, and I think the language is really important, and I think that if we don't follow specifically what they've identified themselves at, we just open ourselves up, we make ourselves vulnerable in our resolution. So rather than listing native title claimant Dungaballan and Jabri is a representative for the Gold Coast Native Title Group, blah, 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 and determining what their relevance is or is not, I just wonder if we should just depart from all of those names and recognise that we have got mixed reactions from the recognised First Nations groups, and then that informs the CEO going forward in making his further investigations with those groups.
Mr. Councillor Hammel, what do you think? Mr. CEO thinks it's not a bad idea.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm probably happy to be led by the CEO and the director on this. Like, it was one of the key questions I put to them when coming up with this was, like, just should it list groups out specifically and have clear detail? And at that stage, the advice back was, yes, we think it should. So if the CEO and EGM feel different now, I'm probably amendable to that. But if we could leave this as a version, then see a separate version with what it looks like before I give final consent.
Okay.
Before we go to the seconder.
All right. So, councillors, we'll leave this matter on the table. We'll lay it on the table until you amend it.
Yep.
Meanwhile, we'll start looking at if there's any other matters and come back.
Okay. So, yep, that's good.
Okay, Councillor Hammel, we'll lay this matter on the table while they do what you just said. Meanwhile, we'll keep going on other matters in this report. Any objection to that, councillors?
Mr. Mayor, if it helps, if it helps, Mr. Mayor, I'm now informed that we've made a slight amendment to 2B and we're very comfortable with the words, but I'm still going to take your suggestion, and if we move on, we'll just let the officers gather it at the back, check that it's absolutely right, and then we'll bring it back in. Okay.
So we'll councillors, would you keep going then? Officers, on that. Councillors, any other items you want to deal separately? Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've got some questions on 7.1, which I believe we have to go into closed for.
7.1. Okay. All right. So you want to move into closed, confidential, commercial in confidence? Yes?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Second, Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, close. Mr. CEO, if you want to. It's up to you. Anyway, I'll keep going. Right, we'll deal with 7.1. Moved by Councillor Patterson. Second to Councillor Peter Young. You want to speak on it, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are pleased to see the quarterly performance review from Experience Gold Coast. The city has made a significant commitment and made very clear on our KPIs and requirements for the EGC. We are grateful for the opportunity via the CEO to provide feedback on this quarterly performance and give guidelines on what we expect to see in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Mr. CEO, can I take that 6.1 off the table? Are you ready?
I think we are ready. So, sorry. So the version that is on the screen is not materially different to where we started. There's been a couple of minor amendments to reflect the discussion about making sure we're naming the groups appropriately, and also in 2.A reflecting what was in the letter in terms of project alignment. The proposal from Councillor Young is there if there was a desire to have the names removed, but the city officers are comfortable with the names in. It reflects the city's position and the legal advice that we have in place.
Okay, so we're back on the 6.1 in that case. Councillor Tozer, question?
So, Mr. Mayor, I had some questions that I thought might be best answered by General Counsel. Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor, we're in open. Please forgive me. So I had some questions that I think might be best answered by General Counsel relating.
Well, it's through me, so if you ask the question,
so my question is, chiefly, that there was correspondence sent to the city on the 28th of November, and my understanding is other meetings have occurred where another proponent for a cableway elsewhere in the city has made statements to the effect that they are ready with a consortium position to move forward. They have the full support and participation of traditional owners and are able to secure the required land to take this forward. They'll only move forward if it is clear to them that Springbrook proposal is no longer supported by the Gold Coast City Council, and the same support offered by the Gold Coast City Council and its leaders and other political leaders to Springbrook is alternatively offered to our consortium and proposal. So I can't, say more than that's what's in the correspondence that was sent to the city. My question is, can we have a greater understanding from the officer's perspective why those words and the other proposals haven't formed part of the report we've received?
Well, we'll take it on notice. It's simple. We'll take it on notice.
Right. So, not today, is that what you mean?
Next question. No. Councillor Hammel, over to you.
Mr. Mayor, you're going to have to forgive me. I'm not sure where we're on the flow, but are we taking this as my movement, official moving the motion now?
Yes, that's it. Move. And second to Councillor Gates.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, councillors, as I mentioned briefly before when I introduced this change recommendation, I had a desire to put forward a change recommendation that I hoped would wrap up councillors' concerns. Now, I'm going to acknowledge I don't think it'd be possible for me to put up a recommendation that is going to take care of everyone's concerns, but I really did hope to put something up that would provide a framework for strong discussion, strong questions and strong debate that hopefully gives us a path forward. Mr. Mayor, this motion has a first key step, and that is calling out what the state government, the now state government, said during the election campaign, was that they supported the idea of a cableway in the hinterland. It's all well and good to say that during a campaign period. It's now time for the state government to actually put some rubber on the ground and prove that to be the case. So this change recommendation sets out a path that without an MOU with the state government, this thing doesn't proceed forward. If we can't get that MOU, if we can't get them on board as a joint party to complete this investigation, the project doesn't move forward. Mr. Mayor, the proposed motion restricts the amount of ratepayer funds to be spent. No more ratepayer funds can be spent than what is currently allocated in that budget centre without a new resolution of this chamber and a new budget reprovision being provided. That should give some level of confidence to councillors of knowing how much money will be spent on this, and means that we have key touch points in the future to decide if more money is spent or not. Mr. Mayor, I've got to admit, I'm really interested in seeing consultation on an actual project, not asking First Nations people to give an opinion about a polygon on a map. They might still very well say no. If we get to that stage of things where there's an actual alignment, an actual design, they might still say no. That's fine, but at least they'll be saying no or yes against some actual detail. Because I don't personally feel that asking anyone to say yes or no about a polygon on a map is genuine consultation. Mr. Mayor, in point 8, there is a key milestone in there which references the fact that nothing can happen outside of what is in this recommendation without a new resolution of this council. We've set a clear path, a clear set of milestones that have to be followed in order. Nothing can happen outside of that without a new report and a new resolution of this council. Mr. Mayor, I'm not for or against a cableway. I can't be for or against the cableway yet because the project doesn't exist. There's a polygon and a map. What I'm interested in is a genuine opportunity to partner with the state government and explore if there is a project there, for that then to allow consultation to occur with First Nations people about an actual project with detail to seek their input on that. We could then make a decision about if we're for or against the cableway. I'm going to leave my opening of that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, speaking against, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've wrestled with this a lot, and I am encouraged by the correspondence that's been tabled today from the Queensland South Native Title Service representing the Dangan Ballan applicant seeking further information, and particularly the proposed alignment. I think that's a really positive step forward for our First Nations engagement. I'm saddened that it has taken the relevant group as much time as it has to provide that, because I think that 11th hour provision creates some hesitancy and scepticism sometimes. But in general, I'm actually reflecting more on Councillor Hammel's opening remarks, Mr. Mayor. He's right, there's a polygon on a map. There's a map that kind of is multiple-sided and identifies an area, and I think deep down that area is World Heritage listed biodiversity areas. It has some of the most precious and important environmental variables in it, and I don't think I'm supportive of development inside it, Mr. Mayor. There is enough information that's been provided to us to show that there will be an impact on that area, and that development in that area will result in a risk and at least some concern to the World Heritage designation. I think there'll need to be further assessment of that. Whilst it may not jeopardise it entirely, it's subject to a reconciliation of those values and how development might impact it. And I say that because I know this area. I know this area well. I've served it for 13 years, Mr. Mayor. In this area, there is no sewage. Everyone has home sewage treatment plants. And the idea that hundreds of thousands of people each day might be going up and needing to go to the toilet and having nowhere to go to the toilet, I think is a real challenge. Of course, no development like that would not have a waste management solution. But the idea that that waste management solution, based on my fundamental understanding, rudimentary understanding of how waste management works in our city, I can't see a solution being delivered appropriately. I also note that in the most recent assessment of the World Heritage area, the highest and greatest risk to that area is actually relating to bushfire, kind of eucalypt, sclerophyll bushland. The risk isn't, damage from cutting down trees, but it's actually bushfire. And I know that not that long ago, while I was a councillor, I think actually 2017 to 2018, 2 wires in Gilston, electrical wires, created a spark, and it was dry enough for there to be a fire to start. And I'm concerned about that. I have these reasonable concerns that bushfire in that area will be very hard to manage. The topography is quite considerable, and the idea of development in that polygon that Councillor Hammel talked about, I think deep down I can't see myself seeing that being right. I am also thinking about our own cableway pre-feasibility study. Page 41 stated, in reference to the kind of planning and approval pathway, that given the presence of World Heritage Area values and species listed under the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act of 1999, it's also anticipated the future proposal will require assessment at the Commonwealth level, but in those circumstances it's likely that a Queensland-led assessment process would be best suited to the assessment of future applications. Look, our own report points to a state-led process, and I'm not convinced that what is happening here is necessarily a state-led process. It really seems to me that the state is seeking the council to do more work, and I appreciate that the Memorandum of Understanding will stipulate that, but I have grave concerns that this state government is going to leverage our current position on a cableway such that we end up spending more than they will, and I feel troubled by that. Finally, Mr Mayor, I have some reservations in the context of other proponents who want to deliver a cableway for our city. I actually want to be pro-cableway. I think it's actually a really exciting prospect. I know that Coranda's successful, and I've been on cableways elsewhere in the world. On the 24th of January 2019, Council considered a report pursuant to a report of the Queensland Productivity Commission. It was subsequent to a complaint made about Council by a music venue, alleging that Council was engaging in market activity detrimental to commercial entities operating in that market. And while the report found Council's activities acceptable under the relevant legislation, the process served as a warning for Council to exercise caution when undertaking activities that might be perceived to be in direct competition with legitimate commercial market operators. Mr Mayor, the question, I think, is should Council be engaging as an advocate of or a stakeholder in a market if a commercial proponent or proponents are already actively participating in the same? If so, if we want to engage, we must be confident we're not diminishing the market performance of those commercial participants, and we must be confident there are some community benefits that support our activities that could not alternatively be driven by the other market participants. With another proponent clearly expressing interest in this project that would be in direct competition to our own, I think we've got to exercise caution, and frankly, I think we should let the market deliver what we've invited. We've talked about a cableway for 12 years. You and I have served side by side. We've talked about a cableway for this long. We actually now have a cableway on the table backed by organisations like BDO, the Brinsmead Family Office, which are connected to ADCO. They're a large organisation. They are not an insignificant organisation. And I appreciate proposals they may have submitted before have failed, but right now they seem quite suitable as someone we might invite interest from. And frankly, I think we should entertain that interest. What is on the table effectively is direct competition to that interest. And I think that's not the kind of city we want to be. We don't want to be a city that sees the interest of a legitimate market player and then take an alternative position that's in direct competition. That's not how we want to act. We want to invite investment, not create something that is a market competitor. Mr Mayor, I don't think we should support this. I proposed a foreshadowed motion, which I'd like to at least foreshadow. It appears amongst the debate here we might, this might get up, but I think it's the wrong way to go, Mr Mayor, and it's not necessarily for environmental reasons, even though I feel uncomfortable about the environmental impact. It's actually because economically we're sending the wrong message to the market. We don't want to be a competitor. We want to invite legitimate market interest, and right now we're acting contrary to that. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Speaking for the motion, Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, I would dispute that we're acting in competition with anyone. To my knowledge, there's not a proponent for a Springbrook Skyrail. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've sat in a meeting during the week where there was no proponent. We've sat in a meeting today where no proponent has been identified for Springbrook. And in my view, what we're doing today is getting more information to make an informed decision. It's not just the councillors who want an informed decision, it's the traditional owners who want an informed decision. There's been a lot said about identifying the route that this would take. We're simply dotting the I's and crossing the T's and getting as much information as possible at this point in time to be sure that it is a viable project for our city. And I think as a council and local government, we are best placed to gather that information for a potential proponent. And then maybe we'll see something come through, Mr Mayor. But at this point in time, we're not talking about a specific project. We're trying to identify a route. We're trying to consult with any and all, I think was the terminology that was used at committee. We need to consult with any and all who have an interest in the development of that area. We also need to be mindful of everything that Councillor Tozer has said about the unique landscape and how absolutely beautiful that World Heritage Area is. And mindful of the people who can't enjoy it and the people who might be able to enjoy it if we can get the relevant information back. And my goodness, this is a very long recommendation that Councillor Hammel has gone to the trouble to put together following our original meetings where the recommendation that I moved was actually defeated, despite my passion for getting more information to inform our decision making. But this actually addresses all of the cultural, the historic, the environmental issues that we need to explore before we can put our hand in the air. So I'm grateful for the work that's been done between committee and full council, and I'll be wholeheartedly supporting the recommendation.
Okay, speaking against the motion, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just start out by saying I'm not pro or anti-cableway, and I think it obviously makes sense that traditional owners are saying they need more information. We need to get more information. I believe it's the chicken or the egg there around getting that information to them. And I was buoyed by Mr. CEO talking about no additional dollars, not another dollar spent beyond what's budgeted. I think that's, I would be supportive of that. But I think the flaw in this for me is around traditional owners versus First Nations, and it might be technicality, but I think they're different things. And I think and I respect Councillor Hammel not wanting to change the motion, but I think First Nations is a broad concept, and there's many groups, as we discussed, many different parties. I think we really need to drill down into the traditional owners or traditional custodians. So it's point 8 that I can't support. So that's why I can't support the motion, but I understand about getting more information. And another element is, I don't have enough information at this point at this stage, but I am concerned about the market forces and the other approaches from the market. And I just don't have enough information and confidence to support this motion with not knowing the other market approaches that might be out there in other areas, but in a hinterland area. So that's why I can't support this motion.
For the motion, anyone? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you'll have to bear with me as I've been scrapping to try and get some bullet points together to get some commentary on the record on this one. But I too did grapple with this today, and I believe today's change recommendation is better than what came out of committee. And similar to other councillors, I'm not necessarily for or against the cableway, but I do support giving something the opportunity to acquire more information to give proper consideration. I believe a cableway does present a unique opportunity for enhancing the hinterland, giving an opportunity to experiencing something like never before on the Gold Coast, and offering this to people who perhaps otherwise may not have been able to experience this unique part of our city, such as those with perhaps mobility impairments, meeting multiple components of our council plan, including connected community, naturally unique and vibrant lifestyle. It also aligns quite nicely with the Destination Tourism Management Plan, particularly in relation to nature and culture, whereby as a city we seek to develop and present the tourism opportunities and experiences available for cultural, arts, Indigenous and natural coastal and hinterland assets. I want to see formal broader community consultation to know if this is indeed something our residents and visitors for the Gold Coast would actually like to see. And I'm comforted by the funding noted in today's recommendation that has been carried forward now for several years, and that any future funding towards this project would still be subject to future council approval. I believe that all councillors in this room are extremely mindful of ratepayer funds and how this is sought to be used. The recommendation also talks to the high standards at both the federal, state and local environmental approvals that this would be subject to. And given the information received today from the Dangambullan people, who, although it's noted in the recommendation as they say they do not support the cableway to Springbrook due primarily to a lack of details available, it's clear to me that they want to seek further information on the project, particularly the proposal alignment. And I do believe that our broader community also should be given that chance to have their say, which up until now, again, after many years of discussion, they haven't been able to do. So I'll be supporting this recommendation, and I encourage other councillors to also do so.
Against the motion, Councillor Fayle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I've spent the last week reading previous council reports about the proposed cableway, and thank you also for providing the Destination Tourism Plan. I feel more informed today than I do yesterday, And it's my firm view, as stated in the committee meeting, that we should obtain traditional owner support before we spend any further extensive ratepayers' dollars on the project. But as mentioned in committee, I also have concerns about us spending more of ratepayers' dollars only investigating Springbrook. What if, by attempting to de-risk the project for a future proponent, we discover that the First Nations support is not obtainable, cultural significant sites are too difficult to navigate, community backlash is stronger than expected, and the environmental impact is more significant than previous thought? On receipt of further information since committee, I feel that rather than putting all our eggs in one basket, we should be considering other sites on the Gold Coast hinterland, especially with potential market interest. I'm just not convinced Springbrook is the only location that should be considered, which is why I won't be supporting this recommendation today.
Okay. For the motion, Councillor Lacastra.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, a lot of what I was going to say has been said, but other stuff has come up in debate here as well. Look, let me put this on the record. Everyone's saying they're not for and they're not against a cableway. I'm going to be quite open. I have been for many, many years. I'm very for a cableway, but only if it stacks up. Obviously, every one of us here would only support it if it stacks up. We're not going to put something somewhere that doesn't tick every box, and it's vital that we do tick every box. I'll come back to that in a moment, but when we're talking, and I tend to agree with what Councillor Fowler has just said about there may be another place for a cableway, and we've heard about one today that's been presented. This is something that was presented to me many, many years ago, so I'm very, very aware of the other one, and I won't speak about that too much because it's not part of the motion. But what I would say is that we can only deal with what's in front of us today. And the reason that I'm supporting this motion is because we do actually have very strong support to go forward down this track from the state government. So I don't know whether the other proponent has the proponent has actually presented anything to the state. If the state came back to us and said, hey, wow, you know, I really like the look of this other one, maybe we'll come back and say, great, let's look at the two. But at the moment, we can only deal with what's in front of us. The destination management, destination tourism management plan, and I don't know how many councillors had the chance to look at that, and I'm really glad you sent that out yesterday, Mr. Mayor, because I spent 4 years sitting on the Destination Gold Coast Board. There was continual conversation and concern about the fact that we're losing market share. We've been losing market share for many years for the simple reason we haven't opened up any new tourism offerings. We desperately need other offerings to go out to the market. The Destination Tourism Management Plan, and I'm just jotted down a couple of things here for those who didn't have the chance to look, but all the way through that report, it's referencing the need. So page 9 of the DTMP, under Develop the Experience, talks about or highlights the need for continual advance for our destination offerings. Page 15, the need to increase average length of stay and average visitor expenditure, which we have been losing. People are staying for a shorter period of time and not spending as much as they were. And we need to do that with an improved variety of visitor products and experiences. Page 19, under strategic priorities, develop and present tourism opportunities and experiences from cultural, arts, indigenous and natural coastal and hinterland assets. Page 22, stronger partnerships, speaks about strengthening and having stronger partnerships, and clearly we've got a very strong one with the Crisafulli state government, and it's crazy to not pursue this along these lines side by side with them when they can see the importance of this too, and they're willing to come to the table. Page 44, under Iconic Experiences, refers to World Heritage Rainforest and unrivaled views and new hinterland ecotourism experiences. We have World Heritage Rainforest. It's not meant to be wrapped up in cotton wool. Yes, it needs to be protected, but again, if it stacks up, we should be enjoying what we have. We should be showing off to the world what we have. It's there for everyone to be enjoyed. What's the point of having that if people can't see it and experience the wonder of it? But it has to stack up environmentally, and obviously it's got to stack up with First Nations traditional owners. I don't want to argue which term it should be. But it's, and also before I come back to that, page 48, develop new nature-based cultural products and experiences and increase share of nature-based cultural visitors. That's all in the Destination Tourism Management Plan. It's so important. We seem to have got very bogged down on the consultation with First Nations. And of course, that's of vital importance. It's of vital importance, but it's also of vital importance, and this recommendation has that in place, that we go out to the broader community, the wider community, the business community, and particularly the tourism industry sector, because whether we like it or not, we're a tourism city, and it's important that we keep up to pace and we have new offerings for them. So everyone, and dare I use the term voice, but everyone needs to have a voice on this. The reason, as we've seen with the letter today too, which is what we always suspected, the reason that the native title, actually no, let's go back. So Dangan Ballan, have I pronounced that correctly? Okay. Were not supportive, as we've seen today, is because there wasn't the detail there. And that was obvious. We have to look at the alignment. We have to look at what the impacts of an alignment might be and whether there are different alternative alignments which might stack up. But also the report refers to, and also the recommendation refers to, the opportunity for jobs. We haven't even had the chance to have that discussion with the traditional custodians either, about the number of jobs that this could create and the chance, the opportunity to be able to share those stories, those cultural stories, and educate the public about Aboriginal culture. There are so many things that we haven't had the chance to sit down and talk to them about, to actually show the benefits, not just to the wider community of being able to have this fantastic new tourism offering, but also to the Indigenous residents in our city as well. So there are so many things to talk about. It would be a total abrogation of our responsibility to not undertake wider consultation and see this through to make sure that we know one way or the other whether we can make this stack up. Because if we can make this stack up, it is going to be the most magnificent attraction for our city, and we should be very, very proud of what we have here. And if you got it, flaunt it, they say, and we should be showing it off to the world. So I'm very, very supportive of going down this track, and hopefully it does stack up.
Speaking against, Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. The Destination Management Plan was adopted in 2014. I doubt most of the people here were around in 2014 in this chamber. And so it's a relic from another era. It expired in 2020. We are a contemporary group of councillors. We come from different walks of life, but we are the council of today that makes the decisions for today rather than relying upon a document adopted in 2014. We've got the capacity to analyse this ourselves and be mindful of the fact that this is a long-standing proposal in a very contentious area. It's identified as the most significant environmental area of the entire city. And it's beholden on us to be mindful of that, and also to be mindful of the responses we're getting from the Indigenous groups, recognised Indigenous groups, who are telling us that this area is culturally very significant. So my question is always, why do you want to keep pressing on that? Why do you want to keep pressing into the sore? Why not open your eyes and say, oh, here's a group that wants to propose a similar experience in a different area without cost to ratepayers, which will be subject to all of the federal, state and local government controls and evaluations and assessments, be subject to all of those conditions that are applied to it, and not cost the ratepayers more money. It just is. Sorry.
Sorry, I shouldn't interrupt. Sorry.
Okay. So these are fundamental questions to me. You know, why press the saw? Why spend money where you don't need to? I'm opposed to the motion for a number of reasons. If the state government is so excited about this, it's the land that they principally manage, then go ahead. You go ahead and progress it. You do your evaluations, you do your studies, you do the consultation, you bear the brunt of all of that work and accept the political responsibility for that and the financial responsibility and come up with a solution that's viable rather than relying upon us. I don't want to spend money on a special advisor. I've got no idea who that special advisor might be or what their capabilities might be or their experience or the relevance to the vulnerabilities of the ecological area or the sensitivity to the Indigenous people's cultural connection with that land. And it worries me a lot that there's so much broad opportunity here for continuing to push into the saw without realistically being honourable to the people that we represent. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hammel, close.
Mr Mayor, reference is made to a possible other proponent allocation. I look forward to hearing about that, but at this stage, my understanding is that they've had a couple meetings and have sent through an email with some pretty pictures. That's not a proponent, that's not an application at this stage. So I look forward to them making an application to be considered by council in the state and would suggest to them that they reach out to affected divisional councillors before doing so. Mr Mayor, Councillor Tozer made several comments, and I agree with most of them. Like, we don't know the environmental impact, we don't know the impacts of the need for sewer services, we don't know any of that detail. And that's what I really struggle with. There is no detail to make an accurate decision on. There's a polygon and a map. I would love to see environmental impact statements. I'd love to see costings of sewer and how that would be dealt with, but we don't have that yet. And I believe this recommendation forces some of that stuff to be brought forward and to that be considered as part of that viability side of things. Mr Mayor, I would really like to sincerely thank councillors for a lot of strong conversations on this item between committee and today. And again, thank them for what I think has been some really valuable contributions to questions and debate. Sincerely to all of my colleagues, thank you for that. I do hope that I have managed to represent most of your concerns in this change recommendation, but acknowledge it was going to be impossible for me to put up something that covered everyone's concerns, but I hope I've put something up that majority can support. Can I also offer my thanks to the CEO and officers for assistance in preparing this recommendation? It has been a collaborative effort. I wanted to make sure that if I was going to put something up, that it was something officers could actually work with that would not lead to more wheel of death stuff in the future, that it sets a clear path to some real action and hopefully some real detail back to us. Mr Mayor, the key points I'd just like to cover over again. This recommendation puts the state on the hook for an MOU. No MOU, nothing proceeds. It sets the budget allowed to be spent without a new resolution of council. No money can be spent beyond what is in that budget centre without a new resolution from this chamber and a new reprovision through special budget. Mr Mayor, it means that if we get to that step, and it's a big if, but if we get to that step, there would be new consultation with First Nations people on an actual project with actual detail. Again, they may say yes or no, but let them do that on a project that actually has an alignment and some real detail behind it before we ask them to make that kind of decision. Mr Mayor, importantly, this recommendation as it flows sets out several key touch points for councillors and several key points where a resolution of this chamber would be required for anything to proceed. We remain in control and we have multiple opportunities on this into the future to stop something from moving forward or to set a direction on it. So have comfort in that. We're not letting this loose and it's complete with the CEO. There's multiple touch points in this where it comes back to chamber and will require our resolutions. Mr Mayor, I'm going to close debate with that and humbly put my proposed recommendation to my colleagues.
Okay. Councillors, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Division's called.
Mayor Tait, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hammel, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Doran, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Young, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Martin, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall.
Motion carried. Councillor, any other items on this? Economic tourism. Councillor Martin.
7.2, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, 7.2, okay.
We spoke about it committee at length, so I don't feel the need to speak, but I'd like to record my vote against, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Castro, you want to move that? I'll move. Councillor Tozer. Seconder, anyone? Councillor O'Neill. Right. Councillor Tozer, over to you.
Sorry, Councillor Castro.
It's good. I'll speak in a minute.
Mr. Mayor, this item identifies some of the key projects that we're championing when it comes to infrastructure, major projects that are city transforming. And frankly, I remember the last time this list of activities came up in council, and I was sticking to my guns at that time, Mr. Mayor, because I really liked the idea of the convention centre being expanded, and it's not on the list. So, but that being said, I don't think I want to cut off my nose to spite my face. You know, I don't really want to. I don't want to stand on the convention centre being such an important investment for our city without, you know, but not saying that these are important too. And the other projects on the list are city transforming that I really support. I love what they're all about. And today, Mr. Mayor, I move it and recommend it to council just because I think they are the best and most important projects to transform our city and see it continue to grow and manage the population growth that we no doubt will have because of our superior quality of life across Australia.
Speaking against?
Now, Mr. Mayor, if you'll allow me, because there has been a speaker for, so I will briefly speak against.
10 minutes.
I will start now. Mr. Mayor, the reason at committee I touched on this, I mean, it was quite difficult because I support the majority of the projects on the priority list. I suppose the issue I have, especially for our community, is light rail stage 4, and in particularly the context of throughout my campaign, the majority of the feedback I had was consultation around the routes. Now, we've got a state government that have said they will review the routes, they'll review all modes, and so I just felt in light of that, that the state government have committed to that review. It was part of their swearing-in ceremony. The governor committed to that light rail stage 4 route review, that I don't think it should be on our list for advocacy because they are reviewing it. So I am supportive of all the other projects at this time, and I am supportive of public transport, and it's not against light rail per se, but given the state's position of review, I can't support us further advocating at this time. So I'll be voting against.
Okay. Councillor Castro.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to do exactly what I did at committee, and I'm going to speak for and against, but really I'm speaking for. Everyone knows why I didn't want to move this, although I'm still going to vote for this, and it's because of light rail. Everyone knows my view on light rail from day one, but I am so supportive of the other projects on here, and I don't believe in throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Councillor, that's where I find it interesting. I mean, you're dead right. Like, should you vote no? I mean, when people read the record, they'll go, you're against all of those projects, you see? That's why what you're saying is spot on, and I'm so glad that you highlighted. Back to you.
No. So that's it. So I'm hugely supportive of these. I just didn't want to move it in case some smart aleck, probably someone by the name of Hammel, maybe, might point out one day that I supported light rail. I never said that. Strike that from the record. So, Mr. Mayor, I am supporting this motion. Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Against? For. All right, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to put on record, I've probably been part of the 3 councils now where a lot of these projects have come up, and we've debated it, and we've budgeted for them, and I'm in support of all of them, and I think it's great that we're actually now listing our infrastructure projects our most important ones. The priority list is there, and as I say, this is my third term, and I'm glad to see that we are actually getting somewhere with these projects. Thank you.
Okay. Speaking against, I'll go back to Councillor Tozer to close.
I don't think I can add anything more, Mr Mayor. They're good projects.
Okay.
Let's get them done.
Debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Motion carries. Super majority.
Mr. Mayor,
Any other items do you want to do separately?
Could I be noted as voting in the negative?
Yeah.
On the minutes?
And any other items? No, there's Councillor Castro.
Mr Mayor, I move for adoption for the remaining items. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Second, Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Water, Waste and Energy, Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 850th Water, Waste and Energy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 26th of November 2024, covered by recommendations 1 to 8, be received.
Second, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Curtis.
I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Councillor Wilkinson, second that. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. You win the prize today. Transport and Infrastructure, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 850th Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 26th November 2024, covered by recommendations 1 to 9, be received.
Second, Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried. Any items you want to deal separately, Councillor Gates?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 6.5, if I may, just briefly. Happy to move it. But I wanted to highlight to you, Mr Mayor, that you got a job out of that one.
Yeah.
It was an item which considered the future transport network planning priorities for the city. And I was supported in moving a motion, Mr Mayor, that you write to the Premier and Minister for Transport, the Honourable Brent Mickelberg, requesting urgent consideration of the extension of the Coomera Connector to Uwalpa Road, Pimpamar. And, Mr Mayor, it comes on the back of a community services agenda item that we were presented, which highlighted that the Coomera area, Division 3 of the city, is expecting 114% growth between now and 2041. The roads are already at gridlock in the area, and something has to give. And so with the Coomera Connector being delivered in 2027, there's a fair degree of uncertainty about how that will assist northbound traffic. Clearly it will assist southbound traffic down to the Nerang Broadbeach Road without having to enter the M1. But Foxwell, as you know, is still our second busiest road in the city. And so the opportunity to extend to Uwalpa would be a huge benefit to all concerned. So hopefully you can get that correspondence going.
If I've got to get that correspondence, I'll second your motion then.
Thank you.
All right, move Councillor Gates. I second it. Anyone speak against? Councillor Peter Young.
Not necessarily against, but I'd like to address it, Mr Mayor, because I seconded this at committee, because the existing termination of the Coomera Connector on Foxwell Road is just grotesquely bad in terms of transportation. But the problem is the connection from there to Uwalpa is sensationally bad for the environment. We've got some critically endangered, we've got corridors, we've got koalas in that particular section that don't have any opportunities to get out. There's no real opportunity to move them away, so we're going to have to be very sensitive to that in our push. And I'm supportive of the push for the transportation connection. I'm equally supportive of us doing the absolute best, as we should, to protect those koalas and ensure the longevity of them. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Council, debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Any other items? Councillor Lacastra.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just 6.4, Mr Mayor, please.
6.4.
The bike share, just so I can please vote against it.
Bike share scheme, contract performance. Yeah, Yeah, I might vote against it myself.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move the committee recommendation.
Move? Yep. Second that, Councillor Taylor.
It's a line bites, isn't it?
All right. You want to speak for it?
Mr Mayor, we heard in committee actually the considerable work done by officers to ensure that collection times are increased from, or not increased, but minimised. So when a bike is left on the side of the road, they have to collect it within a certain period of time. I think it's 72 hours. There's a number of mechanisms inside that contract that have been tightened as a result of this report. And it was actually really encouraging to see. I know that there's some areas of the city where these line bikes are a bit of a challenge, but it's good to know that the officers are working really closely with the provider to take cars off the road and get people active and healthy on bikes, but also minimise the impact to surrounding residents when there is issues. There was some really good work done, and the officers should be commended.
All right. Speaking against the motion, Councillor Lacastro.
Mr Mayor, I'll be very, very brief. I think these things are a blight on our landscape. The things are a liability. They're left across footpaths, they're left on nature strips, they're thrown into creeks and gullies. They're just left everywhere. I don't have the confidence in this company doing what they say they're going to do. Quite honestly, we used to have a problem years ago and complain about supermarket trolleys. This is supermarket trolleys on steroids. I absolutely loathe these things, so I can't support it, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Taylor.
Tell us what you really think.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'm supportive of the recommendation, and I just want to thank officers for the work they've been doing. Line bikes to our city is important. They are used by a lot of residents and they are used by a lot of guests to our city. The challenge we've all seen over the last 4 to 6 years is the way we've managed them, and the challenge of them being in our streets, on our footpaths, and the time frame for them to actually be picked up has been a real negative to our city. It's really important, though, that we get it right. And I'd say over the last 6 to 12 months, our city's been working with the current provider to get better outcomes. The better outcomes are looking at designated parking spots, looking at we have pins on our maps that we reduce or minimise or get a more effective amount of pins for parking. We minimise how many bikes we have through our city. One of the challenges we had recently was an increase of the line bikes that caused real concern for everyone around the city. We saw that reduction, that we believe it's the right level to manage. The modern bikes that will go out to tender, and this is what I want to reinforce, we're going back out to tender, and we're going to go out with stronger conditions to ensure that, one, we have a bike system or shared bike system that our residents can use, our visitors can use, but we can manage how many's out there. We can manage where they park. We manage when they're collected. We manage where the helmets are left. Modern technology allows these providers to on-charge the user when they're not maintaining the conditions. But the other part of hopefully the new contract will be we have the ability to, one, visually see where the bikes are through the city, and we can report, not second party reporting. And two, we will be able to find the provider, whoever wins the contract. So it's really important that we don't throw out a product that's really important for our city, but we do a lot better. And when it goes out to tender, whoever tenders for it will be under stronger conditions that we get the right impact for the city. So we've all seen the challenge of line bikes. I think it's really important that we take the learnings that we have over the last few years and we get better outcomes. We don't want to see them dormant. We don't want to see them in the streets. We need to make sure the provider picks them up in a reasonable time. And I think there's some of the conditions that we can do better. So I support this recommendation. I hope other councillors do support it, and hopefully we get better outcomes moving forward. Thank you.
Against the motion, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will support this once they've worked out a way to not have the bikes lying on the ground. Thank you.
Okay, 4, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I note that the against have been so succinct with their comments. I'll try to be the same. So I spoke about this in committee, Mr. Mayor. I think the experiences of the bike share program is different from the coastal suburbs to the western suburbs. We tend to be the end of trip, if you like, and so I'm really quite optimistic about the new changes that the Chairman of Transport Infrastructure has and the team have put in place with the current operator to remove idle bikes, Mr. Mayor. That's my particular community. I asked them recently online as to what their views were, and they didn't want them banned. They wanted them better managed. And this particular motion or from committee recommendation is about going to the next tender process, Mr. Mayor. And I think that I'm optimistic that the voices have been heard, and we will ask the new proponent, we will have an opportunity to put stricter conditions on the new proponent in the next contract to hopefully mitigate some of the concerns in the community, which for me and for my community is idle bikes essentially being left too long. I think the current window is a good starting point, but probably needs to be tightened up a little bit, and probably some better messaging, because often the person who uses the bike, Mr. Mayor, has to take a photo and park it responsibly, and often the frustration point that we all experience when they're in the lake or they're on the side or in the bushes is not from the actual rideshare user, it's from somebody walking past and getting up to some mischief. So I'm in favour of the rideshare program. I just would like it to see better managed, and I'm optimistic that the city officers have heard that, and the next contract will be a bit tighter for the community. Thank you.
Okay, against? Then I go back to Councillor Tozer to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In response to Councillor Patterson's comment, there is actually some mechanisms now that can actually help us do it. And Councillor Doran touched on it, this idea that now users have to take a photo of the bike at the end of the trip in order to make sure it's stored appropriately and not falling over and in an appropriate location. There's also some hubs that are being formulated, which are locations where you can drop it, so it's not random on random streets. Like I said, there are some really strong there's been some strong work from the officers to kind of tighten up those constraints over delivering the service to the community, and frankly I think it does. The most important thing for us is that it actually reduces the number of cars on the road and enables people to take a more healthy way of getting around the city. As we grow, that traffic congestion is only going to get worse, Mr. Mayor, and we need to find ways to get people out of cars and on other methods of transport to get from place to place. Thanks.
Okay, the debate's closed. It's a wonderful thing to have an open, persuadable mind, councillors. So, all in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question on 7.1, which was a closed item, but I can probably ask my question carefully and open. It just related to the discussion about the percentage of expenditure on the major roads in our city as compared with the minor roads in our city. And there were some figures provided which I queried at the committee meeting. When will something come back to us on further consideration of that balance, if you don't mind, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Executive General Manager?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll present that information back as part of the budget process in the new year, if that's acceptable for council. So
take it on notice in that case.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, any other items? No. Here we go. Back to Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder. Councillor Gates, isn't it? All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carry. Consideration notice of motion, nil. Thirteen, question on notice, nil. Presentation of petition. Councillor Gates, can you chair the meeting for a little bit? I just want to take a minute, unless people want to go to the toilet and take 5-minute break. Do you want to do that? 5-minute break? Okay, good. 5. Action. Welcome back, viewers. We're 14.1. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we can all see, there's a lot of frustration with the change of classifications for rates. First one, I move the petition received from the residents of Pinnacle Apartments requesting council to abolish the high-rise surtax, known as the view tax, be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Okay. Surtax, what is a surtax? Yeah, I will refer it anyway. Move, seconder?
Yes.
Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that petition received from the residents of Chevron Renaissance requesting council to abolish the view tax be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. I move the petition received from the residents of Imperial Surf Apartments requesting council to abolish the view tax be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. You're very fast. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the petition received from the residents of Malibu Apartments requesting council to apply the same rate basis when rating valuing property be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Councillor Gates, can you take my chair?
Seconded, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour? That is carried. No. So, where are we up to? We're going to go to Councillor Wilkinson for presentation of a petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Acting Mayor. I move the petition requesting for installation of a children's playground and safety fence on government Olsen Reserve, Labrador, be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Thank you. Seconder, please. Councillor Fowler. All in favour? That is carried. And Councillor Shelley Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the petition containing 3,165 signatures requesting council to refuse DAMCU 2024-359 for the proposed development at 13 to 15 Bayview Street, Runaway Bay, due to numerous community concerns, be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
And a seconder, please. Councillor Hammel. All in favour? That too is carried. Okay, we'll now move on to item 15, which is general business, and I'll go to you, Councillor Hammel.
Madam Chair, so I have a proposed motion that's a replacement motion that general business item 15.1 and 15. Sorry, Madam Chair, that's actually not what we're going to do, Nikki. I'm sorry. Yep, apologise. Madam Chair, so after discussing with you the content of our two GBI options, I'm suggesting that we combine 15.1 and 15.2 into one GBI.
Correct.
And that it be referred to the appropriate committee.
Thank you. So we'll have a one that a review is undertaken and a report brought to it. So as is in 15.1, if you make that a number one. No, sorry, up under recommendation, one. Correct. And then if you can copy 15.2's recommendation as number 2 of 15.1. Correct. And we have a seconder? No? I'll second that. Thank you. And we'll take the vote. All in favour, please. That is carried. So that dealt with general business. So 16.1 is the draft investment policy. Oh, I'm glad you're back because I didn't have my agenda with me.
Doing a good job.
We're up to 15.1.
Okay, thank you.
Did you move it?
Not 16, isn't it? 16.1.
I think Councillor
Do it.
moved it.
Who moved 16.1? Councillor Tozer, seconder. Councillor Wilkinson. All right. Would you like to speak on that?
It's good, Mr Mayor. Let's invest in some things.
Okay. Councillor Patterson?
Question, Mr Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. This document isn't open, isn't it? That relates to starting at page 20. So looking at our target financial return and our absolute return, the first thing I just wanted to clarify, so our target financial return is 300 basis points over the 5-year government bond rate. But and I get it, it's saying priority investment projects, it's kind of too sporadic to use that benchmark, is my understanding. So have we got any clarity of how much of whatever allocation we provide that we're expecting that benchmark to hit, and how much are we not having that panoptic benchmark for the priority investment? And then I've got a follow-up question.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll have a go first. So I think what you're seeing there is a degree of being pragmatic. But my understanding is that the target is for the total investment. It's not split. But I can go to the officers or for Mark from Guidance here, and I should say, while I'm on my feet, Mr Mayor, thank you to Mark for waiting around and his forbearance for waiting today. But over to the officer or to Mark.
Sure. Through you, Mr Mayor, I can address the councillor's question. Yes, the 300 basis points is a generic reference to a total return. It becomes a proxy benchmark, but it will be largely driven by the investment strategy and the risk tolerance that will go around that, because on the basis, the 5-year government bond, which typically sits between sort of 3.5% and 4%, it's around about 4% now, which would make it a total return of around about 7%, would enable a balanced set of assets, because I appreciate that it's not supposed to be a portfolio, to deliver a return. However, at the moment, with a focus on PIPs, the priority projects, they aren't, the idea around them isn't particularly formed yet, and so it's basically a provision to put a place around a broad risk-adjusted return, if that answers your question.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I've just lost my page. Hang on. Yeah. Well, yep. Actually, if you don't mind, I'll just do this follow-up. So, it's easy to forget, Councillor Deputy Mayor. Mr Mayor, so follow-up question to that. On page 20, you've noted the measure that it would be the bond rate, but then in your rationale, you've said the formation of a panoptic benchmark is neither suitable nor practical, given our investment into the PIPs. So the reason why I question this is because the KPIs we set are what we're going to be looking at this. And at the moment, when this comes back to me and I look at the investment return that's provided by this, presented by the new InvestGC, I don't have a benchmark to know whether they're on track or not. I don't know whether it's okay for them to have 100% in PIPs and to have us to receive no return, or that we should be receiving a return of 300 plus the bond rate on all of it. That's my concern.
through you again, Mr. Mayor, if I can address that question. So the policy is basically a guideline, right, to sit alongside a strategy that deals with specifically how a continuum and I'll use the word portfolio in a broader context of assets, because there will be a number of assets, whatever those assets, whatever the nature of those assets is. And so the idea behind that benchmark really is to provide a proxy, something to target, and across a spectrum of risk from the lowest, which might be cash and term deposits and government securities, to the other end, which might be represented by private equity and everything in between. That might be anything between 3% and 25%. And so it comes down to a blended average of the returns and the measurement of risk, and the measurement of risk. There are many measurements of risk that we haven't delved into in the report, in this particular report, but they do exist in a parallel report.
Mr. CEO?
Yeah, just further to that answer, councillors might be interested to know that yesterday we had the first meeting of Invest Gold Coast, and similar questions were being asked by the Invest Gold Coast board. What we said, and what's important to remember, is that the investment policy as presented is the board rules, if you like, of the game. They're the board guideposts for decision making. But what the principal document that sits underneath this for Invest Gold Coast is the investment and attraction strategy, which they will be working on, which will come back to council for approval. And that will be how we're going to take those rules and execute them in the real world. And what are the projects we're going to be looking at? What are the areas that they're going to be seeking to invest both internally and as part of the investment? So this is just the first step in that process. So that level of granularity will come out once we've got an investment strategy and a trade strategy drafted, which is due, Nikia, I think, it's one of the deliverables for Invest in the first half of next year, before budget. There you go.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a follow-up question on the absolute, but if I can just, I wouldn't say, for us to understand what our overall benchmark is granular. How do I say it? Granular. Would be granular. That painkiller for my neck is really kicking in right now. So just mind me.
We're talking financial.
Yeah. So as I've just pointed out, with the concerns in the measuring and KPIs coming back from EGC, and anything that comes back, what we set as our benchmarks and is essential at the outset. With this, quite frankly, InvestGC could come back with anything, any return, and it would be acceptable because we haven't created a clear benchmark. My question, though, my second question is regarding the next element, absolute positive total return. So is it my understanding that, yes, we like this benchmark, but we don't know what it relates to in terms of percentage of the overall investment, but we are saying that there must be an absolute positive return on the entirety. Is that correct?
Yes. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and just to the KPI question, reminder to councillors, similar to the discussion, anyone in particular, we had about service level agreements in place with Experience Gold Coast. We'll be going through a similar process with a service level agreement with Invest, and that will include the next level down of KPIs. And I think one of the great things about the process we're going through now is that it is in effect the second time we've gone through it, and there's some really good learnings from Experience that we can apply to Invest. And some of those, I'm going to attempt it now, Councillor, are getting the right level of granularity around those KPIs.
Councillor Patterson, go ahead.
Thank you for that, and I look forward to that clarity. I suppose I was hoping for it by now, but anyway. Page 23, two comments. The first one regarding the corporate private equity. The feedback, I note that the feedback that was provided at workshops by councillors isn't tabled in this report, or the alterations that were made to the draft on that are not included or outlined. But one thing that was pretty clear from memory at the meeting was that people wanted to see an investment in the city. Corporate private equity, we've included here in the statement, equity participation, early growth, which have positive impact on their industries and or the city. I don't know why we're saying or the city. That by that means we could be investing in the marine industry in Western Australia, because I think it's a good idea. So I think there was a pretty clear argument that when we invest in those things, it shouldn't be and or, it should be and the city.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to accept that on behalf of the City Administration and recommend we just make that, just remove the or and put the and.
Okay.
As long as.
Okay, thank you, Mr Mayor. And then the final question I have, and I remember, I can't remember your exact wording, but I remember it was entertaining when it was proposed to us at the workshop. For example, when investing in the Gold Coast, would we consider buying a commercial building in a city other than the Gold Coast? For example, Sydney. Mr Mayor, can't remember exact words, but made it pretty crystal clear that that was not on his agenda, and there was unanimous agreement from councillors. So this specific item here, Core Plus Real Estate, doesn't reflect that. Again, in here, under these guidelines, they could go and see there's a good commercial proposition buying real estate in another city, and I don't think that reflects the councillor workshop. Beyond that, that's what I remember from the workshop. It was a little while ago. I would have really appreciated notes on what was distinct in terms of creating an investment guideline, and then what was the particular influence and implement intention from this council. Thank you.
Just before you hit there, I made a similar comment at the Invest Board that we're focusing on our city. Okay.
I just, Mr Mayor, if you may indulge me, given that we're in open, I just remind councillors and I remind everyone watching at home, including members of the press, that this board does not direct invest. So what this is about is what they would come to the council for to recommend. So just so we're very clear, the Invest Gold Coast Board is not going to be going off and investing in these areas. That's not the model that we've set up. The model is that they will be providing recommendations back to this body, the full council, who will via the committee, and then a decision will be made. Just on the property one, I think the idea, I'll speak for the team, is that it might be that the city might seek to want to invest in a company who's primarily on the Gold Coast but has a property interest somewhere. I think we were just seeking not to restrict it so hard that it would be difficult for them to make a recommendation where, say, 80% of their assets are on the Gold Coast but 20% are in Sydney or Melbourne. It's certainly not designed, and Mr Mayor's already made that very clear, where they would be making recommendations to council about buying large-scale property in other parts of Australia, or the world for that matter. And if that's not reflected, that's more than the intent.
Councillor Patterson, any more?
Just one last comment, Mr Mayor, and I thank you for that, and I thank you for taking on that change. The InvestGC board weren't in our workshop. They don't have a sense of the view of council, and there isn't anything in this document which gives them any light on what was the clear perspectives and views from those workshops. I think it would be worthwhile for the board to at least have minuted outcomes in terms of what specifically came from council, which would distinguish this from any other generic kind of investment policy. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, through you, I'm happy to take that on board, but I would also make the point that Mr Mayor we had an extensive conversation about the policy, and Mr Mayor went to, in excruciating detail, the feedback that was provided, but I still take your feedback on board and we'll provide it, yesterday at the board meeting. Stand up and say thank you.
through you, Mr Mayor, an action from the Invest Gold Coast Board meeting yesterday, Councillor, was actually that we're going to run a workshop to do a deep dive into the investment policy and the interactions it has with Council's other plans, strategies and other instruments like the Services and Funding Agreement. And we're going to have Gaydens there and Deloitte to facilitate that workshop, and it will be run in conjunction with a deep dive on the State of the City report that's also being undertaken.
Yeah, just a second. To be fair, it's not in here because it happened yesterday and it came out of me to go, we're not investing anywhere else but the Gold Coast. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just so that I understand, when you're talking about a workshop, are you talking about a workshop for the board members or for us? For the board members. So if the comments from our workshops would be in that, that'd be great. Thanks very much.
Well, I'm going to be at that workshop. Okay. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question actually related to the feedback on the draft policy from the Invest Gold Coast Board, because on page 13 it highlighted that the draft policy was circulated to the Invest Board, but not in time for the preparation of this report. It then says it will be presented by council officers at today's meeting. Was there feedback or is that going to be included into the other report that's mentioned, the State of the City report? And if so, when is it likely that we would see the State of the City report, please?
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. So I was also in the board meeting. The good news is the board resolved to support the policy. There was a good discussion about the policy. The discussion was primarily around where the policy fits in the overall governance of the new entity, but there was broad scale support. As the General Manager has indicated, there was a desire, which I think is a great idea, for a deep dive on the policy with Gaydens and Deloitte, who were involved in putting it together, and we will ensure the feedback will come. On the State of the City report, I'll defer to the GM, but I'm aware that it's underway and it's due for completion.
Sorry, Emily, would you be able to provide the date, please?
Yes, through the Chair. I believe that's meant to be completed in January.
Then it's coming here.
Okay. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just following on from Councillor Gates's comment. So on page 18 in the investment policy, it does have the version control. So we obviously had our workshop and the investment policy, and then it's got an entry that Invest Gold Coast Board reviewed. I just wondered if there were any changes. This is not there's no track changes here, but if they made any changes.
No, so this was just a pure timing thing, as the Mayor said, that was resolved with no recommendation for change yesterday.
All right, anyone speak against? Councillor Toes, you want to close? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Unanimous. (16.2) Nature-based tourism.
Yes, Mr Mayor. So we have a presentation from the Chair, and we will get him in, who's been duly waiting since 10 o'clock this morning. But we do need to go into close.
Okay. Councillors for Commercial and Confidence. Councillor for Commercial and Confidence, nature-based tourism. I move that we go into close. Second, Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Moving on. Action. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is a pretty exciting nature-based tourism project, and we're very pleased to have investigated these.
You move it?
I am moving it, sorry, Mr Mayor.
Seconder. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Please.
The nature-based tourism program is something we've been talking about for some time, and it's great seeing some action on the ground and some sites identified for council-led projects. There's not much more I can say about it because at the moment the matter is confidential, but I'm very pleased to know, very pleased to tell the community that it's not going to be confidential for too long, because our intent is to express to the community and particularly to the business community that we're open for business in this area, and we'll be seeking expressions of interest in a series of grant programs, council-led projects, and then bigger projects that can potentially see council, enable or supercharge or even streamline the approval process for some of these projects. It's pretty exciting. I'm a bit concerned that it might not be in line with our risk appetite being conservative, because I think it's pretty ambitious, Mr Mayor. But I'm excited about it, and I'll leave council to make a decision about whether it aligns with our risk appetite.
Anyone want to speak against? Put motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
You like that?
Against. Motion carry. Vote of thanks to Mr Paul Donovan. Councillors, order. Vote of thanks for Mr Paul Donovan for his presentation for nature tourism. All right, everyone, we're good with that? Thank you, Paul. Councillor, I think we're adjourned for 10 minutes, don't you reckon? No, you won't. Unless I get Donna the chair, and I'll just excuse myself for 10. Is everyone happy if we take a 10-minute break? Okay. Screaming off. shut the door, officers. 16.3, director changes, control entity, Mr. CEO.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So councillors will remember at the establishment of Invest Gold Coast and Brand Gold Coast, there was a strong desire from elected officials to have representation across the boards. City officers have considered this and come up with what we think is a neat solution, which is to, rather than seek to have individuals from the boards to use the positions. I'm speaking in broad terms because of the nature of the paper. So what's put before you is really just enabling what was already discussed in the creation of those two entities. The only thing I would say is city officers have also determined that, given the brand board and the crossovers aren't as strong, that the desire to have someone from Invest sit on brand didn't make as much sense once we fleshed it out. We can always come back with you, but that's the reason why you can only see that there's a representation, someone coming across from experience onto brand. That obviously makes sense. Someone going from Invest across onto experience and vice versa. So it's pretty straightforward. And it's consistent with discussions that were had when we were going to establish the entities.
Yeah, Mr. CEO, am I ex officio on brand?
I think yes. Sorry, off the top of my head. If you're not, it should say that. If he's not, he should be. I think the resolution was to do it. I'll have to take that on notice, Mr. Mayor. I think you are.
No.
No, you're not.
Page 73.
No.
With your indulgence, councillors, I think I should be on.
Yes, sorry, that was an oversight on our side.
Can you whack it in there? Yep. Page 63? Oh, 73? I know it's great paper, but I don't mind naming myself. Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, I did have a few questions, but it would need to be enclosed.
Yes.
Closed, I'm sorry.
Okay, councillors, you want to move to close? Commercial in confidence. Seconder, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. councillors, I move the recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. No need for me to speak further. It's pretty clear cut. Anyone want to speak against? I'll put it to the vote then, yes. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. 16.4. Move, Councillor Peter Young. Seconder, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Peter Young, you want to talk about that? No, I'm fine. You mind yielding to Councillor Patterson to close?
Sure.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In late 2023, this council determined our staff accommodation plan for the immediate time for up to 10 years, and we also committed to looking at the long-term future of that. Thank the officers for the work they've done on this to date, but no doubt they want to get this crystal clear for us. So we're just deferring this for another month so that it comes back, and I look forward to receiving the report. Thank you.
Very good. All right. Put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. Supplementary screen industry project negotiation process. I move that confidential commercial confidence. Second, Councillor Gates, that we go to close. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Streaming on. Galleries cleared. Coming back in. Councillors, I move the recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hammel. Councillor, this is a way to move forward in our film industry, and with this motion being in place, I hope that we can increase the economic benefit to the city. Can't say much more on that because it's in grey. Anyone speak against? Councillor Hammel, do you want to? I yield to you to close if you want, or you're happy?
I think you've said it all, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Thank you, officers.
Put you in closed and now kick him out.
Who's that?
The IT guy's got to put you into closed before I can kick him out of the room for minutes.
Yeah. All right. Next item, councillors, confidential. I move that we go and close staffing matters.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to raise a potential conflict.
You need to stand up.
Sorry, my apologies, Mr. Mayor. Before we do, I'd like to raise a potential conflict.
Yes.
I raise this for my fellow councillors to consider, and I just want to state I don't consider that I have a declarable conflict of interest, but I wanted to raise it in case people did think that. If you had a sense of my relationship with the CEO based on what you read on the front page of the Gold Coast Bulletin, you might think that we are sworn enemies. In my experience, I feel like I have a healthy, robust working relationship. Not that that has anything to do with this or not, but whether I can be open and persuadable. I think it is important to know.
Let me ask you this: Have you got
Pardon?
open? Let me ask you this: Have you got open and persuadable?
I have an open and persuadable mind, Mr. Mayor.
Councillors, you happy with that? Yeah, but either way, what they call it, abundance of caution.
Abundance of caution.
You happy with that? Yeah.
Good.
Am I right?
Thank you.
We're good. All right, councillors, I moved that. Anyone got a second to go to close for staffing matter? Second, Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, meeting closed. let everyone in.
Oh, he'll love it when he comes back and I'm sitting here. I'll tell him we've got a new CEO.
No, what? How come you deleted them? Okay. All right. All right. Oh, okay. I move that.
I second that.
Second, Councillor Gates. Councillors, we had detailed discussion, and in essence, that I've been asked to go ahead and negotiate contract for a 4-year with the CEO, in terms that you've outlined for me. I will do, and I will get King & Co probably to give me a hand. All right. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Then I put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous.
Beautiful.
There's nothing else. Meeting closed 18:55 before 7.
Thank you.